is Tuesday, August 19th at 9:30. We are here for school redistricting. Second meeting. Welcome, everybody. I think that we are all here. We have one remote. Just want to review the agenda to start the meeting. Wanted to build in a couple of breaks because I noticed that we didn't do that, and we definitely need to. So maybe maybe right before our 10:15, we'll take a quick break. We'll do like a 5 or 10 minute kind of a thing there, and then we'll add in another one at 1:30 this afternoon. We'll just add in a couple breaks. Does anybody have anything else that we want to modify with you? We get a motion to accept the minutes from the previous meeting. Thank you, Wendy. Any conversation, any comments, questions, changes for the minutes? All in favor? Aye. Okay, so a couple of updates. We have been getting correspondence from the public. We've been getting emails. Everything we get is going to Chrissy and Maud, and they are all being put together on the website. We're talking about that later. So we have an update on our website later. We'll get a walkthrough to so that everybody can see where everything is and how easy it is to access. And then if we need to make changes to that.
Just to confirm, if we have public comment, we have to go to the website together, it doesn't get shared.
Well, we can talk about that. And up to this point, that's what we've been doing. It's been all being put there. But if that's third thing, we can absolutely do that. Or even a note that says it's been updated or new information is there, go check it. The facilitation contract, we got 4 facilitators who applied in our very, very, very short timeline. We had a couple of people reach out and say it's the timeline for them, and we absolutely understand that. But the fact that we have 4 months necessitated a tiny timeline. So we're thrilled that we have 4 quality applications. We're hoping to make a determination in the next 48 hours and have that executed if everything goes well by the end of the week. So that's exciting and positive, and I wanted to share that with everyone.
One second, I just want to check in on the sound. I know sound was a big issue at our last meeting. I assume this is a live mic.
It is not a live mic. We're going to do some work here like we did last time, Representative Holcomb. We have a mic that will help amplify her voice over on this end, but we did reposition the table underneath here. We just asked that people could speak a little more loud and clear, but we tested it yesterday. It sounded a lot better.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. And we'll get speak ups if we're being too quiet. So great, thank you. And then status on the data request. So we collected, and in front of you is, and it will all be posted. There are 2 different documents that have staples in them. It's the same information. It's just put together a little bit differently. We sent in the one that is questions with A through G, I think. H maybe. And the administration modified it, simplified it into the grid format so that that is all of the data that we have requested. It is significant. It should cover A through N on our list of items in Act 73. Some of it is taking multiple people's requests and trying to combine it into something that everybody can use. A good portion of it is data that has already been created, that is used regularly by the agency and by schools, and we just think it would be helpful for everybody to have access to it, so that we're all speaking from the same information. We have gotten very little so far, including we haven't gotten the documents that are already created. So we're hoping to get that quickly and soon. It's going to be hard for us to have conversations that are data driven without it. So we just wanted to give everyone that update that we're having regular, Martine and I are having regular meetings asking for information. When we get information saying, this makes sense, this doesn't, how does this work? What's the, these three pieces are missing. And then it tells a different story without all of the information. So how do we get all of it? So if folks have more questions, we're happy to talk about it more. We're really trying hard to get information. And I think we have 2 things that we posted.
Yes, there are 2, the member towns and the school level public school locations and grades. Those you can find on the webpage. If you click on the data link at the bottom of the page. And you can see that our webpage has been beefed up a little bit. There are buttons, 6 buttons at the bottom of the homepage. Feel free to explore and check those out, but there's a data button and you will find two buckets of data that have been posted there so far.
Just want to say this is really impressive in a short period of time. Volunteered for a full-time job, uncompensated, so thanks
We had
for.
no idea.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Your question?
I just didn't know if we had any estimate of time frame for when we might expect even the data that is currently being gathered.
Yeah, so we've asked for that, and what we've asked for is for them to come back to us and say, we have this, we'll get it quickly, we're working on putting this together, we expect it by X date, or this is going to be really hard for us to get, and we're waiting for that information. We figure those are appropriate buckets, and if they come back with different buckets, but we met last week about that, maybe Wednesday. So we're
And the data that's currently available. Is it, I guess I'm trying to figure out if for that which is currently available, why it isn't available to us.
I'm hoping we have it. Quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't gotten any information on when or the why or just that they know we need it. We've been really clear, and they are doing their best to get information together for us. So, yeah.
I'm hoping that when they provide data, they can use standard identification procedures or protocols, because we can merge spreadsheets if they use conventions that are consistent across data sets. And it matters if we're trying to make sure, for example, there's been a high school in an merged district, we can't easily assess that if we can't merge those sheets. Just the consistency is super important.
Agreed.
Great. Questions, comments so far?
Yeah,
Just a question, this is very comprehensive and I appreciate it. Is there any priority to this?
well,
Or do we just,
yeah, I mean, we were hoping that they would come back to us with here's this information, we've got this already, you can have this, and we could start working on that. And then this information is going to take us a long time, and we could go through that and say, these are the priorities. But without even knowing what they have, like it's really hard for us to do that.
okay,
So, and I would hate to prioritize something that's impossible for them to get for us.
Right.
And then never get the things that they can actually put together. So this is us trying to really work with them and say, help us out here, tell us what's available and what's not available. And so let's see how we can work with what you have.
That
It's a good
said,
question.
I think if anyone identifies priorities in on the list, please let us know, because we can, we can sort of really advocate to get that information first and prioritize it, like you said, so. Yeah, don't hesitate to reach out.
Yeah, it'll be really helpful in the next conversations.
Okay, thank you.
When you say you're waiting, is it from the Agency of Education, Human Services, any of the groups representing school board superintendents? Is it all the above?
It's the Agency
It's
of Education.
primarily the Agency of Education that's taking the lead on this. Agency of Digital Services has some and is coordinating some of it. I think and then TAPS also. But it's primarily the Agency of Education that they house the information that we most.
Yeah, the Agency of Administration has been very good about staying in contact and keeping us in the loop, and so that feels really good.
May I ask, oh, sorry, Rebecca.
No, you go first.
Ladies first.
No, I'm not a lady.
So may I please go back to A on correspondence to the public? I'm sure all of you, like me, have a lot of people have been reaching out. Is it safe to say that everything we do, all the information will be on the website, including these videos, and are they there now? Because we talked about transparency, I think, Jay brought up, and I super think that's important. I'd like to be able to direct people. So it's on the website as of today, like this video will be posted this afternoon. Or
This video will be posted
By tomorrow.
by tomorrow.
Yes, and last meeting was posted today, a couple days after, but we'll do it within a period of 24 hours. And release the recordings and then minutes a few days after that.
and that goes for everything that's shared with the chairs, you put it right up.
I would just say this, that is definitely the goal.
No,
That is the
totally.
goal.
Yeah.
And it's got, there is a little bit of, what's the word, static, or, sometimes difficulty in, you send something late in the evening and the next one, but yes, the goal of it is 100%
Yeah.
transparency, and we want everyone to be part of this.
And I've been telling everyone, give us a week after that reach. Well, just because it's, I mean, I was in Maine, I didn't even have sense. So like, I gotta give people time to get stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I appreciate you bringing that back up because there was a pretty big delay with getting the video on the last meeting up, and we've changed that. So now the agency has set up a different system where they have control of the video and the recording is being done in-house. So
It's a huge.
I think that's really important to thank them for the lift and to understand that we will, we have 8 meetings and hopefully by the last one, we're gonna be like perfect.
Maybe before, maybe before.
Yeah. Thank you for allowing me to go back.
Thank you for
Yeah.
Rebecca.
I actually am glad you went first because mine sort of builds on your concern, Chris. And that is, I'm wondering how the Agency of Education's website is going to be aligned with this task force website, because there are some discrepancies in the data they're posting that we've provided. And I wonder how that will be reconciled over time. And I ask because I'm getting a lot of reach out right now. People are very anxious, and if they're getting different messages in different places and they both look like official capacities, I think that will feed anxiety and sometimes unnecessarily. So I hope that there can be some work around that, particularly because their website is not necessarily conforming to the law when it's being posted. So I want to make sure that this task force data does conform to the law and is seen as conforming to the law. And then the second is, I know that we had some trouble last session in the committees in the legislature with accuracy of data. And I'm hoping that there can be some real due diligence. I'd rather take longer and get it right than rush it and get it wrong. Because I think that process of correction is very destabilizing and makes people very anxious.
Yeah, so we've committed to not letting anything get posted if we know that it has inaccuracies in it, which again, goes back to Dave's comment of us having a full-time job. But hopefully we'll have a facilitator that can support some of that pretty soon. And so, yes, I think I hear what you're saying about information not being identical, but it's out of scope for us to be able to impact anything that's posted on any agency website. All we can have impact on is this task force information. And so we commit to making sure that whatever we post is as accurate as the information. Like, if we know that it's not accurate, we won't post it, or we'll post it with a caveat, right? Public comment, obviously, anybody can say whatever anybody knows in their experience, and that is what that is. But, you know, anything that is data that we're using, we're gonna do our best to make sure that it's as accurate as it can absolutely be. Knowing that we can only do what we can do, right? Yeah, appreciate that.
And I think coming off of that too, should we have occasions where we recognize the data we got is different from something that is posted elsewhere, I think we have a responsibility to call that to attention in case it's a matter of timing and data not being updated. But I think we need to avoid any occasion that causes there to be a question of the credibility of the data we're considering. So I appreciate that we'll make sure it's accurate before we post, but that disconnect will continue to be problematic. So we'll just do our part, I guess.
Well, and there may be times when the accuracy will be in question and we may not be able to, you know, speak to its accuracy. So I think in that case too, Representative Branning's point, I think we might have to have a caveat. We might have to have an explanation as to like the fact that there are discrepancies here and we're posting it, letting folks know that there are discrepancies. But that could be, maybe that is a line, maybe that's an agenda item for our next meeting, because that is really important. And I do think it's something that we're going to come up against probably over and over again in the course of this work. So good questions and something for us to be next agenda. Okay.
One more, just a quick thought about the data. The evisceration of the federal Department of Education, you know, that happens, as we all fear. What effect is that going to have on federally funded positions in AOE? Therefore, our ability to achieve the data. There's no answer to that.
No, but we did ask for which positions are federally funded so that we would at least be aware that
Okay.
that is a hole that has to get filled in some way as part of all of this process.
Good.
Because you're exactly right. We are asking an agency that is hampered by loss of federal position, you know, federally funded positions to continue to do more work, then that's a big, important piece of information that we have.
Thank you.
Ironically, the state small minimums haven't increased, so divisions that used to have 11 have. So there's already, because it hasn't grown with inflation over the last 20 years, but a parallel, I mean, one of the reasons I asked for that data was we actually couldn't meet our state statutory requirements without the federal government. So if you lose those divisions, the state will either have to get rid of all of its accountability requirements or it will have to give back. Because they can't meet state law without federal dollars.
And this is it for me for right now, but I think that calls into attention the reason for the data. None of these things that are required in statute us to consider as factors in our decision making are single data points. And I think while our request is substantial, that is just a great example of why a particular indicator that we request data for is important in our decision making. So thank you. I appreciate all of our curiosity.
Any other updates that anybody is looking?
So last meeting, this is, we're a little, wonderful. Okay, high level takeaways from last meeting. You should have a sheet in front of you. With got the takeaways, we had discussions about goals, we had discussions about what problems we were trying to solve. We had those lovely sheets that were taped up, and we were able to have a discussion and generate some really great points that are here on this sheet for you to all take a look at. So if you could just kind of peruse these, and these are, if they're not, they certainly will.
They will, be, but
Yeah.
we can,
But we
we'll put
wanted,
it up on the screen.
okay, great. We wanted to have an opportunity to look at these as a group. Finalize them and post them for everyone to see, but, so if we could just peruse them together, and if you let us know what you don't think is accurate, what you would like removed, anything that you'd like to see added, that would be very helpful. This is gonna inform some of the work that we. But the first, number one on the list here is what problem we're trying to solve. And, if you could just go ahead and.
I have to send it to Maud. I'm
Okay.
sorry, we didn't have it teed up for you.
No
Apologies
worries,
for
it's
that.
not a problem. Early days. As you look at number one, you will see, you believe in order for the kids community to take better off, and any redistricting and a series of things.
Just for folks watching, we took the papers that were written at the front of the room and put them on a piece of paper so that we would have them. So that's what this is.
And feedback on number one.
So just, some of these are way we're going to do this job, and others are things that we want to happen to the system. So I think we should distinguish between those, because the ones that we want to happen in the system, really, I would say that they be listed with the parameters that are in the bill, in the legislation, so that we have everything in one place. That's not to say that the process really matters in this
Yes.
situation, right?
Yes.
It incredibly matters. So, so maybe we want, or this could be a discussion about process.
Absolutely. Are there any in particular that jump out at you that you want to pull out?
Well, like build on and reflect local knowledge, that's process. Reflect data driven, not feeling driven, that's process. Acknowledge real constraints and be practical. Of that. Be attuned to the potential for chaos and disruption at the federal level. It's reality. So I just think it might be helpful to have a process list, basically, that we could add to and just talk specifically about how we want to do this work.
Great, that is helpful. Do we want to do that right now as a group, or would y'all be okay if we work on that separately and then share it with you? Wendy, does that sound okay?
That's fine, and I think that's something to talk to the facilitator about.
Yeah.
That's their job.
Yeah. Number two,
Can I just point out a discrepancy in language? So support local elementary schools in the law, it says central, middle, and regional high schools. Should reflect the language.
I agree.
While you're on that one, there's a related bullet, need to integrate the components, including career and tech ed, in a coordinated way. Might be good. We're really talking about coordination
Number two, what are the goal commitments that we want to shape decision-making? We are committed to, and we have a list there, it's also up on the screen. Take a look at those. That Jen George is on us. And I just want Jen to know she can chime in if she needs to, for sure. And then number three, from these schools. See what we have there, pulled right out of statute and question of equity.
Not necessarily something missing, but, and the last bullet, preserve opportunities for public input and voice in schools, and I interpret that to mean that there are opportunities rather than that they will look exactly as they do now. And so for me, as a first quick read, the preserve opportunities sounded like it implied preserving the way it is now. So if that doesn't ring that way for anybody else, then I wouldn't worry about my language glitch there. But if it implies status quo on what those opportunities would be, I think we should change, like consider a modification to that language. I think that isn't our task as we sit here.
Yeah, that's a good point. And if we're preserving the opportunities for public input and voice in schools, what are they now?
I did not read it as maintaining the status quo. But that perhaps, we have to observe that there's an opportunity. The opportunity may not look the same. So
Could we
I
say ensure maybe?
ensure instead of preserve.
Yeah.
Fine.
Feels the value of that engagement remains important. How we do it needs to be recognized and how these things get implemented.
That's a clarifying question myself. So number 3, bullet point 3, I love. I think that makes a ton of sense. I'm kind of hung up on number 2, bullet point 2. The lowering the cost of living. I don't even know if it's a question. Is that really one of our goals, or is it stopping the growth? That's what I'm thinking. I'm open to anyone correcting me or not, but lowering the cost of living, I don't know if we can promise. Stopping growth, I think we could. Stopping the cost growth, I think we could.
Preventing the curve or
Any other phrase than lowering, that's just my thought. But I love bullet point 3 on number 3, because I think that makes a ton of sense, maximizing every dollar. Love it. So it just seems to be in conflict with 2.2.
I think that's a really good point. I think a lot of people think we're sitting here to lower the cost though. So I think that if we're gonna change that language, we have to flesh that out a little.
100%, I'm just throwing it out there.
I hate to do this, but I'd like to go back to item 1, definition of the problem, because as we're having this conversation and I read through each of our bullets, all of our bullets are either solutions or guidelines. None of them state the problem. And this, I think, influences 2 and 3. And so I think, but I think a lot of these will be much easier to state the problem. We have the data to review. So I would just like to throw on the table that maybe we revisit item 1 once we have more data. Because just reading through it sounds like each of these is a solution. We have not yet really truly stated the problem.
So if I could, for example, like the first one. Right, that's not stating the problem. Problem would be educational opportunities across Vermont are not equitable for all students.
Absolutely.
Is the problem. This is what we're.
And maybe informed by the data and loving that version of language, we have both the even broad statement of problem and then the sub-bullet to reflect our positive positioning on what we see that solution to be. And those might right now be more values driven in this work that will later filter in our data that either validates the concern or causes us to remove the bullet. I don't know if that is one way of thinking about it. But I really appreciated that language to recognize, driving this as we have equalized dollars, if you will, we've not equalized opportunity. That's become problematic.
Okay.
And I'm just add to that, I think some of these bullets that really read more like solutions really may be success criteria. Once we had a chance to see what the data tells us.
Okay, so it sounds as though this needs an edit. Fairly substantial. And we can work on that. Thank you for giving us the task. Yes, Rebecca.
Just mindful of how much you have to do. And I happen to know that my partner across the table is extremely good at turning these around to positive. I was just gonna suggest that I don't want to have this meeting end with you having 700 homework assignments. And I don't know if, I don't want to volunteer, Beth, because I'm happy to volunteer for.
No, that you have.
But now that I have, but maybe Jay and Beth and Wendy could, I love the way you flip that. We need to be clear on what problem we're solving. We also need to be clear on how we're going to recognize if we solved it. So I think that framing problem success indicators is a really nice one. I know it's something you both did all the time as educators, which is why I'm throwing you under the bus here. But
That would be amazing.
So what's the timeline?
I think, well, you don't
Next
have to,
meeting.
you don't have to volunteer.
I'm okay with trying to restate these as problem rather than the solution.
Sure.
Yeah.
Or 8 days before the next meeting.
And what are the, what are the limits on how we can work together offline?
Yeah.
You can work together
It's a
offline.
it's a public process, so we don't want to break the public transparency. But we could,
You just can't have 6 of you. You can't have a quorum.
And as long as we end up posting whatever it is that, our
Produce.
final product.
we could draft back and forth and then submit to the chair.
Yes, that would be fabulous. Thank you.
Amazing.
Yeah, great.
But getting back to Chris's question, which I think is an important one, we should probably flesh that out a little bit more. Lowering cost of living, property taxes, value Vermont education provides. What do we want to do with that? Not just the statement, but that is gonna. So. Yes, Wendy.
I think a big part of that is efficiency and finding efficiencies, because I think Vermonters are okay to pay for quality education if they believe that the money is being spent effectively. That's really important. So I think we should put efficiency and effectiveness somewhere in there. I'm not saying people like high taxes.
Just lowering just strikes me. I'm with you. I just want to, and I think he's on the curve.
Right.
Moderate increase. I think they're lowered. I mean, that's the only thing I'm.
I really appreciate your question, Chris, because I think what your effort to define that is an effort to force the logic to the surface. There are a lot of unexamined assumptions in this bill, we called out names. And I think just even trying to address that, you're gonna force that to the team.
I agree, and I think with efficiencies will come lower cost. I just, hopefully. You know. So I'm cool with it. I just want to bring it up that it just seemed in a little bit in conflict with 3.3 to me.
Cost of living also is big. It's bigger than our education property taxes. So I think it's a little overstated within the scope of what our responsibilities are in this work. So just as because so many other things go into the tax bill that we will have little control over, but we will have reviewed the pieces we can know.
Right, no, it's a good point. That needs some reworking. Rebecca, you know.
I'm happy to let these people.
I was just gonna add, cost of living and taxes are two different things. Taxes are part of cost of living, but not. So I think that you're right, cost of living is probably, try to cross it off.
Yeah, I'm happy for with you guys to wordsmith it. I like bending the curve. I think all the other words that. Well,
But I don't think we should forget that the only reason we're sitting here is because we lost our hair over property taxes.
One suggestion, maybe instead of the cost of living, maybe it's the cost of public education.
I actually have concerns about that because increasingly what's in the ed fund is not public education. So I just, property taxes clean. We cannot control if we're building housing at the ed fund. That will drive up property taxes. That is not. Sorry.
Conversation. Right. So Beth, Jay, thank you for taking that on. There was that one other piece that changing preserve to ensure. Otherwise, I think it'll be really great to see what you come up with. Final product with this. But this is a good conversation, Wendy.
Just want to make sure we caught the, including CTE in with local element, local schools. Yes, and
That's in that first section.
Yeah.
Yeah. Make a note on this.
Integrated CTE, I think, is probably the language for that one sentence.
I also clarify the parsing out of process from the problem statements. Is that going to happen in this rewrite too? Is Wendy contributing? Because I agree that that is distinct, and I don't know if that means we've got 4 sections or a subsection to how we go about solving the problem, so that there's like a 1A section. I think either way, while that section is being rewritten, it would be beneficial to identify that which is process, that which is problem, solution indicators.
So just to repeat, just hearing we want 4, probably problem, goals, process, and criteria to evaluate the solution. Beth? That accurate?
we did talk about the facilitator working on the process part, so we might want the to
Oh, yeah.
to just separate the process and pop that out to the facilitator. There may be additional ideas for process.
Or it's only because we don't know when we'll have our facilitator up and running. I wonder if it
Oh.
makes sense to not lose it
That's fine.
and then let them build that out, knowing sort of our goals and values around the process, which I think is kind of what these say as opposed to.
Staff recommended is gonna force that.
I made a note.
Maybe make a separate list and pull these out because they're not really the problem, they're the process for the problem. So this list of whatever this is, 11, probably gonna end up being like 8, 5, whatever. The others pull aside.
Just one other complication, just my thought was, this is the task force process. But there might be items that are the process of the whole system after us. So just.
Right, and that's again, my concern, as it always is, that we need to focus on what we've been asked to do and not what we haven't been asked to do. And already this looks like we're getting in the weeds.
Yes.
To me.
I just, though, I'm just not worried, because what we went out it to is what's on the AOE website already. It's was used for the Every Student Succeeds Act. Like, we're gonna keep coming back to the core. So my hope is that what your process is gonna do is actually get us to what's pretty standard for education. There's a lot of overlap. These are pretty much the decision criteria that have been used for over a decade. But, well, on paper at least.
In theory.
In theory. Theory is different from practice.
Okay, yes, one more.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And just thinking about that and our process, we might have a parking lot when we identify those things that we see in statute that get in the way, but that are just a statutory, modification that allows for things we might identify as better in the maps we provide. So maybe that's a parking lot sort of thing, but will evolve in our process, I think.
Okay. Great, thank you. If that conversation is adequately fleshed out, we can move on to our next agenda item at 10:15, which is the discussion of the draft. I'm emphasizing the word draft template for proposing plans. So thought it would be a good idea to have some kind of a template to use as we're looking at proposals. New maps, new lines, new districts, how we're going to get them, about them, and as we move through the process. So there is a draft template that I just saw up on the screen. A hard copy of it. Yes.
So just to clarify, you're putting up what you think an unfinished product?
Oh, yeah. There's a draft. Draft. Notice the drafts.
Very drafty.
So we have a chunk of time now. We actually have. A possible scenario into the template and see how it goes. Test it. So why don't we go ahead and go. What you want, as we go. So.
We didn't hand this one out.
We did
If
not.
we wanted, if folks want to have paper copies, we can probably possibly get them printed.
I will do my best.
But we have it up on the website and we can use that.
Yes, Rebecca.
Does one person have a copy? I mean, I guess my question is, if people here propose revisions to the plan, is
I
Yeah, we can-
somebody scribing those
Yeah,
proposed revisions to the plan?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
In real time.
I'm happy to do that. So note that every proposal needs to address the following goals. we have reduced cost here, which is, it might be adequately vague. Are we reducing costs now, or is this over time, or is this in the future? But at some point, we want to bend the cost curve, reduce cost, have cost in mind as we're moving forward, improve quality, increase efficiency, be achievable.
So that we can execute it. Enhance equity and fairness and support community voice. Do those all sound like what we have been talking about and what we've been focusing on as our work? Is everyone in agreement with that? Yeah, quiet, yes.
Under enhanced equity, would that include creating more opportunities for students?
I see that. I mean, I personally see those two things as, if not the same, close, right? If you are enhancing equity, you're providing the same or similar opportunities to all students. Does that, you folks agree with that?
Or more opportunities is what I was getting at. It's in here from the last meeting.
Yeah, it could be quality too.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Jay?
The only one I don't have a solid understanding of is support community voice. What do we mean by that? Because there are going to be community voices coming from every different direction. So do we just want to make sure we hear the community, or is there something more specific that we can say about community voice?
Good question.
Maybe a clear process for community voice?
Well, these are the map proposals, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So this template is specific to the maps. So, yeah, what do we mean by support community voice in the maps? And just sort of off the cuff, I'm thinking of, okay, I'm in a town of 20 people out in the hinterlands, and I've been put in a district that stretches from here to Burlington. Do I still have a voice? So maybe just considering that in regards to how the maps are going, is maybe I want to read that.
I mean, we currently have local school boards, and there is a certain amount of voice that comes into play with the work of the school board. And certainly, people vote on their school budgets and so on and so forth. But that's all, to me, that's all voice. And what will happen to that voice as we think about larger districts? To your point, exactly. Yeah, Jay?
Is community engagement what we're seeking, or just the voice? Do we want, and I guess my confusion was, are we supporting community voice in the creation of the maps, or are we holding community engagement in mind as we create the maps?
Probably both.
Okay.
As far as I'm concerned, but I do think when the final maps, when we draw these maps, when we propose them and present them, they have to take into consideration community voice, public input, the democratic process, et cetera, et cetera. It's part of the fabric of what we do, and what will that look like in that future state, as we call it. That's the way I see it. Yes, Kim.
I think that this should be a consideration, but not a driver, frankly, because there is a body that is doing, a work group?
Oh,
We've got a task force, a commission, and a ward work group,
That's true.
which will be reflecting how they establish boards for these new bodies.
Mm-hmm.
And I think while that is information to take in, I think it's probably arguable whether current SU representation is democratic and that it isn't reflective of current representation. And so I think while that is a consideration, it should not be a limiting factor, because there's another body that has a responsibility of figuring that out, and the commission, the body that's working alongside us, is looking for ways to ensure community voice around school closures. Mm-hmm. So like in our task, I think having a consideration for that is important. And maybe in parking lot mode, we may have creative ideas here that lend themselves to retaining voice, whether it's advisory councils that are elected, or like these are, I think if we're brainstorming and we come up with good ideas, we should have a place to park them so that they can help solve the problem of concern for loss of voice. So I'd say that to not know what the language change might be, but to think about it in the context of our role.
Thank you.
As someone who represents a couple towns that are pretty sparsely populated, there is a real challenge around access. If you move, I mean, a district of 4,000 is the size of Windsor County. In my area, it's the size of one district in Burlington. So I do think that this does need attention, and if nothing else, we need to be naming and labeling the challenges to participation that come up with this. And one way I used to think about it was, if your child is experiencing trouble with an IEP, how far do they have to drive if they have a concern they want to elevate to an SU office or a supervisory district? I mean, I think we have to be attentive to some of those real challenges that are very, very different when you leave Washington and General County.
And maybe, I guess a question for that is that getting us into the operational needs of how a district might apportion their special ed services and oversight? Because a bigger district might have more local oversight of their special ed services, as an example. And I'm looking at Jay smiling because I'm just noticing that to feel as though we're ending up in operations. But I'd love to hear from the superintendents.
I'm only smiling because that's the complexity of this task, right? And I think when we propose our maps, I don't know how we avoid proposing maps that don't have contingencies attached to them. And some of those would be like, how would shared services operate in a 4,000 student district, in whether it's Windsor County or wherever. So I think it might be the task of some other group, but I almost think that otherwise we might as well just arbitrarily make boundaries that look pretty on a map or something. You know, it's like all those complexities do need to be considered when we make when we make our proposals.
Yeah, Jen, does Jen want to?
I just reached out to
Okay.
her to see if she's.
Great. Thank you.
got
Rebecca?
I appreciate you saying that. To me, a primary role of this group is also just to educate. We've already had multiple people suggest maps that we could just draw on a line with a Sharpie and go home and be done. And we could do tremendous violence in that process. So I think we need to be aware that things that work in one area may have different contingencies or implications in others, or we're going to do a lot of harm.
Back where we started, what it should address, what are the goals? And whether it's, I'm going to talk about opportunities again, whether it's inequality or equity, doesn't really matter. This is about kids, it's about students, and do no harm, create more opportunities. So I think we should be intentional in the goals that we do want to create more and better opportunities for students, regardless of their zip code, and whether it's Hawaii or BOCES or a county or a tech center, whatever model this group suggests, that at the center of it should be what's the best model for students and creating better opportunities for them.
Absolutely.
And so I think we have to say it somewhere.
You're here.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, so let's keep going, because we might find that it is embedded in some of these areas that we're going to discuss. But yeah, let's keep bringing it back to that. I think that's critically important. Yeah, okay, good. So the plan components, if we're ready to move on. You start with the summary of the redistricting plan, so what does it achieve? So, yeah, we will, as I said, we'll do a drive-through in a little bit, but that will be the first part of the work. What does it achieve? I think it'll be important, especially when that report gets written and submitted in early December, being able to, have a narrative around each of the maps. What does it achieve? What did we get from this? What will we get from this map, et cetera? That's going to be super important. Number 2 is the statement of the problem the plan addresses with key information or findings that inform the plan. Again, same thinking, really writing a narrative that describes what is being done in that particular map and what it will achieve, what problems it's addressing. Number 3 is the description of the proposed plan. So a detailed description of any boundary changes and overlays that makes clear what the final proposed map looks like.
Sorry, Jen said that she did raise her hand.
Oh.
I don't know if can we go to her picture? Is that a?
There she is, yeah.
Figure out how to unmute her.
Yeah, she should be able to unmute herself.
Can you unmute yourself, Jen?
There we go.
We can't hear you if you're talking.
She's still muted though. Or is it slash over the mic?
No, she's not.
But she's, yeah,
Oh.
but we can't hear. Is there a volume on the?
Oh, there's the one on.
You should be able.
We have Dave here to assist.
Yeah, thanks,
Dave.
And we also we talked about.
Can you try again?
Break around now. How are folks feeling?
I thought we skipped over it, I noticed.
We can, before we move to the template, we could, you want to do 5 minutes now while we're trying to.
Let's get Jen, why don't we get Jen Millwell if she's there?
Jen, if you could try again.
You're on mute right now, please unmute.
There.
Can you hear me?
Yes!
Yes. I just wanted to throw in a comment about the public input and support, is that I don't think we should conflate governance and the constitutionality of representation with the democratic process and people having input into the say of what's happening in their community. And as you were talking, I feel like the conversation was toggling back and forth between this document and the actual proposals. And how I see this document used is for us to, okay, proposal A, district, blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's look at how much engagement is provided in that, which doesn't drop down to what was talked about earlier around services and special ed, but it's more, what is the engagement that's allowable by that? So to be continued when this is used to assess various proposals.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you for highlighting that and for clarifying. I think it's a good point and agreed.
No, I know, I'm cognizant that we want to break, but I really appreciate you bringing that up, and I agree. To me, what I'm hearing from folks is a reduction in authority is really a concern. So it's the authority. So I do think voice can be a lot of things, but I think we should be really specific on what happens in the various scenarios. So like not having authority is a big deal to towns. So
Can you talk more about that?
like being able to set budgets, being able to modify the policies, but especially budgets, which actually leads me to another thing I want to talk about, but we can talk about that after the break, is assumptions that we make. I think we need to be really, really clear about our assumptions, and some assumptions might be applicable to all of the scenarios. Like, for example, the funding formula is something I've been thinking about. If we assume that the funding, foundation formula will happen, which is later on in this process, then that makes how the districts work different, because the way that the towns who currently set the budget, right? If they have if it's a school district, they have a school district, they set their budget, and the town votes on it. But if we have the foundation formula, then you get what you get based on the number of students and the weights. So you'll still have authority for how the money gets spent, is at least what I think would happen. But you won't have authority for the total amount of your budget. So like that's an example of an assumption that we should clarify, together before we have these maps. And there will be other assumptions like that we make. And I just think it's really, really important to be clear about our assumptions. What would change and what would continue.
Yep. Go ahead, Rebecca.
I'm struggling because we have no control over what a future legislature, including next session, does, but maybe we could just add 3 or 2.2 that says what are the assumptions you're making? Because I don't want to not put out templates, but I also, it is helpful to hear what people think is meaningful or is probably going to happen.
No, this isn't instead of a template. In fact, I think we should have a really as detailed rubric as we can to just understand and evaluate how different scenarios impact the items that we're talking about, right? Because we're going to have to value them against each other. So we need to do that before we have maps.
So we're having a 2.5 where if you're proposing a plan, you lay out the assumptions that you're making about the future state so that we can evaluate the plan against those assumptions.
Yes, because we will have those assumptions whether or not we talk about them. We'll each have an assumption of what it would be like. So it's really important that we document those assumptions so that folks understand what is intended.
Okay. Just to clarify, and then we'll take a break, but Jen, you were trying to differentiate between the voice that is included in the process of creating these boundaries, these maps, versus the actual sort of democratic voice that you end up with in the future state, correct? Did I get that right?
Yeah, I'm having tech troubles right now with my sound, so I only heard part of what you said. But yes, I believe that's what I was trying to differentiate between.
Okay, thank you.
So let's take 5 minutes. So we'll come back at 10:40.
Let's get back to work. We left off at number 2 on the draft. The draft with a template. And I believe that
Everybody should have a paper copy in front of them.
now you should have a paper copy. I believe we're adding a 2.5. It's going to be 3. It's going to be 3. Okay, we're going to add a future 3, which would be what assumptions that we are bringing to this work. So moving on to current 3, which will be future 4, description of the proposed plan, a detailed description of any boundary changes. I brought that up already, and then we popped back. A detailed description of any boundary changes and overlays that makes clear what the final proposed map looks like. And then number 4, and which will be 5, explanation of how the plan will lead to improvements with respect to each of the following goals. See sample questions below for each. Note, some of the language is directly from pages 19 through 21 of the bill, which is actually Act 73 now. Other items in the data request may be what members of the task force deemed necessary per section 3C, 3N. So we've got 4.1 right now, which is reduce cost. How will this new map, I'll call it, affect cost? Who will bear the cost for savings? Quantify most significant short and longer term impacts on cost, and what is the evidence for that? So we've got things like, for example, grand list values, accounting for the homestead exemption and current education spending. We've got debt, liabilities, and assets of current school districts. This is a big one. I'm living in a district that has been affected by, as you know, maintenance issues and infrastructure problems. So we did take on some debt to be able to build a new high school. This is our last year that our high school will be in Macy's, by the way, knock on wood. That's the plan. And we also have here staffing levels and salary scales, the maximization of cost efficiencies, and the final scenario, the maps will include the grand list value of each proposed school district, which JFO has already done a lot of work on that. That will continue. So, any comments on 4.1? Wendy?
So can we talk about the purpose of these items a little bit? Just because like the grand list, that's really important when you have the current funding formula, right? But under the foundation formula, it wouldn't be related to what how the schools are funded. It does show the wealth of the community. So I mean, I think it is relevant, but I don't know how relevant it is.
Okay, good question, Wendy. Beth has her
It
hand up
also
and then
relates to what's in Act 73 for additional spending that towns can vote, because it all relates to the taxing capacity, the lowest taxing capacity of the new school districts. So the funding piece, that additional spending is directly related to every district's grand list value, not just your own.
Okay, and it's the district value, the grand list of the district, right?
Homestead grand list.
Okay, okay, that's helpful. And then the debt, I would think that if future folks had to pay for the debt of others, that could be an issue.
Yeah, that's why we have it.
Is that why we have it
Yeah.
in there? And so that's
Yeah.
why that's a criteria.
And that was not a question that was answered in the bill. It was, we brought it up quite often. We brought it up in finance, but we never actually resolved it. So it is something, that's why we have it here. It is something we need to think about as we're drawing the lines for new districts. Yeah.
Right, but now's the time to think about what we would do in that case.
Agreed. Yes. Rebecca.
So it does matter quite a bit, the grand list value, because thank you for explaining that. These criteria are all straight out of the bill. So these are things the bill requires us to look at. In terms of debt, I hear you on building the school. You desperately needed that school. Woodstock has not been able to bond because it can't afford to bond. And so they are bringing debt in the form of an unaddressed liability. So I think you can say, a part of it is, it's I don't know whether failure to maintain should be considered debt too. So I think just because someone has a building doesn't mean it's functional.
Oh, certainly, right.
It's a really good point. Kim?
And I think I was going to directly suggest that we bring that facilities condition index score up, perhaps. if we're considering debt, liabilities, assets of current school districts, I think consideration for the maintenance on the current properties might belong up there as well. I'm not sure that I fully understand exactly what that index is, because it's an unfamiliar term to me, but I know it exists. And I think it's important to go to that issue of debt liabilities and value of assets. Does that make sense? It could be in both places. To me, it could be in both places.
Yeah. It might be a good idea to add a link to that actually on our webpage as well. Yeah.
Didn't we request that too?
Yeah.
That's one of the things we requested.
Yes, and so this is a place maybe we could think about assumptions, because also in the bill is the resumption of state aid for construction. So if state aid for construction happens, depending on how it happens, it could mitigate the impact of existing debt on folks who did not benefit from the debt. So, I mean, that, it can get really complicated, but I just think that's something that we should talk about in this process.
I really appreciate you bringing that up. As a district that merged, right? We took on debt from other schools. We had, the value of different schools we paid. So it was a thing that was a big part of that multi-year conversation within the towns that merged all of our assets and liabilities. And so when folks say things like draw lines on a map, this is something that is, it's so important to the people on the ground, right? Like when I say draw lines on a map, I have this like gigantic bird's eye view, but the people on the ground, this matters so much. And if we don't talk about it, and if we don't understand what it means before we do it, we're gonna cause harm. And we said last meeting, we're not gonna cause harm. So yeah, I think going into this one is important.
And I think a lot will change with the funding formula, but I also think we shouldn't assume we're not causing harm now. For example, White River also couldn't afford to float a bond for some of their renovations, but they are paying for the bond in Burlington because the ed fund is self-equalizing. So we currently have a system, because we've chosen not to provide construction aid, which says that unless you're a district that's a large district or cushioned somehow, you can't build. And so you are bringing debt in the form of an unmaintained building.
And that is exactly why we had our school construction task force. This has been an iterative, multi-year process to try to solve that question, because it's huge. And I brought it up last time, and I'll bring it up again. We have the second oldest building portfolio in the country, and it is a huge issue. So I agree. It has to be something that's considered as we look at this work and we think about lines and boundaries and districts, for sure. Thanks.
And I think I'll echo Edie's recognition as a district that merged and brought together 10 schools across Essex Junction and Westford, some in varying degrees of continued maintenance and others with varying degrees of debt. And I think the benefit of that merger, among the opportunities, was the ability to look at a capital plan across the system and do multi-year planning in that way, far better than any of us could do individually. And I'm not recalling in my tenure after the merger that we have floated any bonds, nor do I think they have since then. But I do know the capital planning and continuous improvement and maintenance on our buildings was improved by that merged view of our collective assets, our collective debts, our collective responsibilities. All of our kids were all of our kids, and that is how we approached our work, and I'm guessing it was much the same in MMU USD. So there is real value in that, even when coming into it from different places. I think that's a good conversation for us to continue to raise, because to everybody's point, there's the quality of the property, there's the on the paper cost of the debt, and each of those have costs and asset values.
Any other comments on 4.1? Reducing cost, okay, 4.2, quality.
Can I ask just one question? Go back to Chris's point, do we want to change it from reducing cost to addressing cost?
Chris will jest. If I go back to 2.2 or whatever, I just like to have yeah,
I agree.
yeah.
I would change it. Is everyone okay with that?
Thank you, Rebecca.
Changing from reduce cost to address cost?
What does it say in the law?
Good question.
It's one of those screens that never closes on my computer.
There's kind of a disconnect between the findings section and the law and the rest of it.
It just powers and duties. It says boundary proposal, consider the use of, and propose, right? It doesn't, it just says propose, average membership, balanced
And said,
demographics.
Were any of you on the conference committee?
That was.
It's the maximization of cost efficiencies, which is, you have here as L. So those are the things that are typically.
Those are the indicators in the law. Everything that has a letter and number before it is verbatim.
So it's something we have to consider. It's not something we are required to address.
Scott, having been on the conference committee, do you want to expand on that at all? Or?
Yeah, I mean, the key word there is consider. We're not trying to solve any of these problems. We're trying to drop 3 maps.
Right.
Or up to 3 maps. Yeah.
does the intent on the bill speak to it though? Because I thought the impetus, so zooming out to Dave's question, nowhere in the bill is it speaking to addressing cost? I feel like it must be. I'm sorry, I just pulled it up.
Well, sure, of course, that's all done in the foundation section.
So what was the presumption by the conference committee on cost?
That it would be addressed through the foundation for them. Yeah.
Not necessarily through this task force?
No.
Okay.
Not to keep going on this, but I think addressing costs is different than reducing costs. And I think Wendy said this with L, if you maximize and you're efficient, naturally costs will come down. So yeah, I mean, I agree with Rebecca, sort of over it, but I just think we are addressing it. We may not be reducing.
Yeah. Okay. Any other comments, Wendy?
Well, considering it means that it's one of the criteria to me of evaluating.
Yeah.
So it's not just, oh, we looked at that and it happened. It's something that we evaluate, we use to evaluate. I mean, that's how I see the legislation.
Yeah, I mean, the word is consider.
Right, so consider to me is very similar to evaluate.
Take it into account as you're doing your work.
Yeah.
That is a good question.
Okay.
Yes, Rebecca.
Scott, you said that our job is just to draw 3 maps.
I think so.
Can you
Yeah.
explain from your perspective on the conference committee why we're drawing 3 maps?
We're drawing 3 maps to give the legislature something to look at, so that they can have a conversation about putting it in a statute.
But what's the purpose of that?
So to get these districts into more efficient units so that they can survive with a foundation, options and opportunities for kids within that system. I look at those as the most important things. How do you,
So survive at the foundation, what does that mean?
so that they have a governance structure that's efficient enough so that they can take that money and give their kids the options and opportunities they need instead of having an inefficient governance unit that gets the same amount of money that it's not efficient enough to increase those kids' options or opportunities.
And embedded, you're saying, when you say survive the foundation, is it that it has to be at a certain size for the foundation plan homework? I'm trying to understand what you mean by efficient, because I think there's a variety of districts who all think that they're efficient.
Well, they all do. I mean, I think 4,000 to 8,000 was the number we landed on. I mean, if we were listening to Nate Levin, he'd say 15,000. But I mean, I think generally that was the number that was landed on, to think that if districts could achieve that scale, then they could probably achieve the efficiencies such that they could live on the money they're given and get kids a better education.
So the purpose of the redistricting, in your conference committee opinion, is to enable the foundation plan?
No, the foundation plan is enabled. It is to make sure that our districts are in a structure such that they can work with their foundation and give their kids a good education.
Interesting conversation. Quality is 4.2. How will this improve quality? How will this improve opportunities for young people, and what is the evidence that this will do that? So we have C, again, these are pulled out of statute, population distribution, D, location, capacity, and this is where the facility condition index score comes in of current school buildings. E is transportation and employment patterns and practices. J, this is, again, this highlighted opportunities to support local elementary schools, central middle schools, and regional high schools. I think those are the correct terms that we corrected in the other document, with the least disruption to students. And then final district scenario maps will include the 5-year facility condition index score for each school and a PCB testing score for each school. Questions on that section?
Can I add something to J maybe for consideration?
Sure.
How about accessible opportunities? Because I'm thinking about a regional high school, if it's an hour away, is that, or maybe high school's a bad example. Okay, I want to make sure accessible is, yeah. I agree with you, Beth. I saw location, that's what I thought.
4.3, efficiency, the word that keeps coming up over and over again. Is this the most efficient way to achieve the intended goals? Consider time, infrastructure, fiscal resources, equity, and what is the evidence that it is the most efficient way to achieve?
I'm so sorry, can I take us back to 4.2 before you go on?
Sure.
So I'm going back to the conversation even on the previous one. The assumption is that if you are bigger, you will have better quality. Is that what we're assuming here?
I think it's an underlying assumption of the bill. I don't know that, I think that what we're saying is it worth doing if the quality isn't improved?
So,
right? So it's two separating those
if
two
we merge
out.
everything in Caledonia County into one school district the size of Burlington, we're saying that Caledonia will become as efficient as Burlington.
I mean, I'm not saying that personally,
No.
so.
No, because that is the assumption under, we have to be at 4,000 to 8,000. Right? That's the assumption.
It's practical.
That's the logic model. And then here are these the definitions of quality that we want. I mean, I'm just so struck that this is an education bill and there's actually nothing in it about education. It's about governance and funding. So there's a serious assumption around governance and funding and the implication on quality. Is this what we think will drive quality in the state of Vermont?
Okay.
So, hearkening back to Secretary Fulton and that amazing example of the two school districts, each operating like similar or different, and I'm apologizing for not
Those were
remembering.
schools, not districts.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think you're right. I think, I guess having, so for those who might not have had the benefit of that great example, it was really telling for us to consider at similar costs the opportunities for students in school A versus school B. And the, community college-like offerings of some high schools and a single science teacher for another high school for all 4 grades. And I think that that is a really compelling consideration for at a similar cost what students have access to. And that being a school example, I think bears consideration for what it might mean for how a school district allots its assets or considers its assets, whether that's, there is a more central place that we could bring all middle schoolers to this building and all high schoolers to this building. I think Addison County has tried to do that with Virginians and I'm forgetting, Mount 8, maybe. I might be getting that wrong. It's not my area of expertise, but I do remember there being considerations of opportunities to do things in a more cohesive manner that would likely result in a better opportunity to have a more robust middle school offering and a more robust high school offering. And so I think that is maybe an example of schools in a, I think that's a SUD or SU, I don't remember the configuration in that area, but that did not happen by virtue of the community not supporting that, but an example of what's being offered at similar costs, maybe being able to be different by virtue of a different government structure. So I think we should be mindful of our assumptions on this, but I think pure math would probably say you can have more science teachers or more math teachers across 4 grades in a larger school building, for instance, where you're concentrating on, the high school grades, middle school grades, and doing those perhaps in separate buildings, because you're all part of a bigger system that allows for how you allocate assets towards those goals.
I was going to say, before we go too far down this rabbit hole that not all of us are privy to the conversation that you're having, right? Because I want to go back to our charge, which is to figure out what the future state will be. And we, as a group, agreed that quality is part of our decision making and that has to be. Whether it's in the bill or not, we as a group decided that if we're going to put maps together, quality has to matter because it's a core value of education for us here, is what I heard, and if I'm putting words in people's mouths, then correct me. Do these items that we're required to address, should they be under quality or should they be somewhere else? I think is the more clear conversation.
It does matter. Here's another concrete example. In Ludlow, they closed their public school because they thought it was too small. And the state board, with respect, rushed to approve an even smaller independent school that has something like 10 kids. And that is one of the schools that is now on the list of approved independent schools at the Agency of Education. So if the logic is that you have to be bigger, then Ludlow has to be merged with a district that has a big enough school to accommodate kids so they don't get stuck with only a school of 10 kids. So it does actually matter. If that's
I'm not saying it doesn't matter, I'm just coming back to quality.
Mm-hmm.
And are the things under here the things that we're addressing with quality, or is that efficiency, or is that execution, or is that addressing cost? Like, I'm not sure that the things that are listed here under quality are the things that address quality. Like, does transportation address quality. I'm not sure it does, it addresses access. So that's, I'm going back to different things, Jay?
The metaphor I'm using to try to understand this, hearing Senator Beck and Representative Holcomb and Kim as well, is we're building a house. We're building a whole new house. I feel like our job is to do site prep, maybe the foundation work, and considering all these things. And we have to build a certain kind of foundation to support a certain kind of house. And if we maximize the opportunity for quality and efficiency in building a great foundation and doing proper site prep, then all these other committees and other aspects of the law would be able to build upon that, if that makes any sense. So it's really easy to get caught up in what kind of doorknobs are we going to use and all that, when if we're doing our work well, I think we can build a strong foundation upon which all that work can be completed.
Thank you. Well said.
Well said, and no easy task. But yeah, I do keep going back to pages, 18 to 21, which really does, of the bill, of the statute now, that lays out the work that we are to do and lays out the charge that we have as a task force. So quality, if I could just finish going over this template, that would be great. 4.3 is efficiency, which is a word that comes up over and over also. Is this the most efficient way to achieve the intended goals? Consider time, infrastructure, fiscal resource equity. What is the evidence of that? And we've got grand list and pupil count balanced and demographically equitable, and the maximization of cost efficiencies.
I would move population distribution into efficiency. I think that is going to impact efficiency significantly.
Okay.
I
4.4 is execution and the capacity for successful implementation. What capacity and capability are needed locally to make this successful? What capacity and capability are needed at the state level to make this successful? When we say this, we're talking about the map, right? How do those needs align with current reality, and what is the evidence for that? And we have that it's logistically feasible, that the location, the capacity, the facility condition index score of current school buildings being taken into consideration, location, capacity, sorry, I got it written twice.
Yeah, I think B was geographic barriers.
Yeah.
In the bill.
Geographic barriers, okay, thank you, Scott. And F, grand list values accounting for the homestead exemption and current education spending. That's being evoked again here, or invoked, I should say. 4.5 is fairness and equity. Does this proposed solution support fair and equitable outcomes and learning opportunities for all students? Who benefits? Who is potentially harmed? And what is the evidence? And we've got demographically equitable, which probably may need to be fleshed out a little bit. Create the least amount of disruption to students as possible. That's huge. Regional services, including the designated agencies, transportation and employment patterns and practices, student demographics, and access to career and technical education for all eligible students. 4.6 is voice. With this plan, who has voice? Who is likely to lose voice? What does having voice mean, and what is the evidence? And under this, we've got current school district and town boundaries and other historic and current community connections. We have transportation and employment patterns and practices, and we have opportunities to support local elementary schools, central middle schools, and regional high schools with the least disruption to students. And then we have other questions that should be considered as we do this work, challenges and/or trade-offs to be resolved. Are districts going to be tuitioning districts or operating districts? What will the governance look like and the governance structure? What are the building liabilities, the bonds, any other debt that exists, reserves? 6, what other things need to happen to make this possible? So what are the governance changes that will need to happen? What will happen with construction aid and with infrastructure? What changes in statute or rule will need to occur? And what about the transitioning of contracts? What will that look like? And what about the transitioning of facilities, governance, and ownership? All things to be taken into consideration. Again, no small task. So we have until, let's see, what time is it now? It's 11:15 almost, and we have till noon to give this or start to try to give this a dry run using, as we said, we would try to use the Hawaii example as we take this template for a test drive. Rebecca, did you have a question?
Yeah, I've been trying to take your notes as we go along, but I just I wasn't paying attention to you. I apologize when you were adding something to efficiency.
Oh,
There was something you wanted added to that.
I just think that population distribution is going to impact efficiency.
That's all you did. Okay.
And transportation,
And transportation.
Okay.
which I want to talk about at some point because it's not that clear to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is, if you look at the 1045 section of our, yes, Edie.
Just saying, but we have an hour built in for lunch. I'm not sure we need a whole hour. If we go a little over noon, is everybody okay with that, depending on how this conversation goes? I don't know that anybody wants to eat on camera, but we could do that too. So
No.
just putting that out there. Okay.
So if we're to take the example of Hawaii, which has one school district, and Edie, do you want to talk a little bit about the way Hawaii works for folks who don't know at all? It's got one district, but then it has.
Yeah, so under the one district, Hawaii has areas, and an area is a high school with all of the feeder schools into it, all of the elementaries and middle schools are that area, and then they take 3 high schools and that whole catchment area, and that is, I forget what it's called, but it's like, I don't remember the terminology. Let's say it's called a region. And then all of those areas together merge up into the one district. So that's how, like some of how the smaller structure is done underneath it. And they do weight students with the funding formula, and they have a weighting committee that meets annually to figure out what the appropriate weights are and how to ensure that there's adequate funding. So just to give folks a little bit more that one district isn't unstructured under that. And so that doesn't mean that we have to use their specific structure. It's just saying that if we want to talk about it, going back to assumptions, what are our assumptions under one district? What does that mean to us? And we have to be really clear in what we're talking about with folks and how, because my assumption might be what I imagine Hawaii to be, where someone else's assumption might be, the Wild West, everybody reporting in, one superintendent managing, our hundreds of square miles of the state.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've looked at it, but I think there's 7 or 9 school board members for the whole state, working with a commissioner or superintendent, whatever it's called.
Yeah, and each area has some kind of a school body that has voice in how so this is where we're going back to budget. They get a certain amount of money and they decide how it's spent. And that area has input into how that is spent. So they might be voting on not the amount of money they're raising, but where they're spending the money. And so there is opportunity for voice in different areas. And I think we have to be open to more than what we know today and what possibility is, right? Because they have a superintendent for the area and then another superintendent for the bigger regional area. And then I don't know if it's a superintendent or a commissioner or somebody else over the whole system.
Assuming it's by island, right?
It is probably by island, but it's also within the island by these
Yeah.
areas, right? So, because I think Hawaii has more areas, because they have more high schools, it's more population. So, yeah.
So if we're to take the template and use the example of, oh, okay.
So this was, I just gave the notes. This should reflect the additions that people make, but if you don't see your addition or your addition is not represented the way you wanted it represented, say so.
Thank you. So if we're to take the example of, it's a thought experiment, right? So if we're to take the example of one district using this template, what does that look like? And we would start with what does it achieve? So discuss, let's discuss. What is that? What does having one school district for the whole state of Vermont achieve?
Centralized purchasing, centralized contracting.
One teacher contract.
Consistent curriculum, perhaps.
Question about if, hypothetically, if we were ever to go to like one contract, where do we start? Do all the contracts get, do we go to the highest existing contract, or how does that, and I'm asking this sincerely, I don't know how that would work.
In Vermont?
Yes. how
I
would we-
suppose
how would
everyone
we-
would want to be Chittenden County.
How would we, how would,
That was a joke.
Well, and
but it is,
and cost of living is
Yeah.
different in different parts of the state. And so we could end up, right, if we do it with one contract going to the Chittenden County, we could inflate the cost of education for the state in areas where the cost of living is not that high. So it would be an unnecessary inflator, it could be, like putting judgment on
Yeah.
it.
Unintended consequence.
It is, yeah.
Or also, it could factor in cost of living in that contract. So again, not advocating for a single statewide contract, but it's not impossible that in doing something that different, it would also build in indicators that might have a natural reflection of the current state, where yes, Chittenden County is more expensive, and so are our teacher contracts reflecting that increased cost of living currently. It'd be an interesting analysis to take a look at contracts across the state and cost of living across the state and see if that's an interesting reality already that might benefit from more centralized planning.
Rebecca?
So just a clarifying question. If we're using the template to test drive this process and using Hawaii as a hypothetical, if Vermont was a single statewide district, how would that look in this template? Are the kinds of things people are saying about teacher contracting what would go under the summary of the plan? Or is it something that would go under some of the other under indicators below?
Part of me wants just to brainstorm and figure out where it goes later.
Okay, just fine.
Because we may not know where it goes right away.
Well, and what I don't want to lose is if there's a section that's not here, we have to get it in.
Yeah. So yeah, so maybe it's the brainstorming of what does it do first, right? What would it look like? And then we figure out where do these things fit? And do they fit?
If that's
And
my
what are we-
question, is there a 1.5 that is?
Yeah, I'm
what
not
does it do
there.
structurally?
I'm not there yet. I appreciate that, and I don't want to stifle the creativity of what is the brainstorm? What does it look like? How do we, yeah.
So what we had for what does it achieve was, it could achieve one statewide contract. It could achieve some efficiencies, is what I heard. Anything else?
We had curriculum, central, consistent curriculum.
Okay,
Consistent graduation requirements or curriculum,
so
possibly.
consistency.
It might provide flexibility.
Yeah, yeah.
School calendar.
And when we say,
Transportation, let's throw them all in, all
when we
the
say,
lightning rods.
when we say achieve, we mean things we think are positive, right? Is that what we're saying?
Or what it would result in, whether or not it's positive.
Just
I don't
what it
know
would
if
look
it's
like.
a-
Okay,
It doesn't have to
Doesn't
be
have to be
positive.
Okay.
Doesn't have,
right, because there's some of those things,
Well, what-
people have different,
what's the result?
in, you know,
Yeah.
There'd
different
be a lot
opinions
of
about.
cultural resentment.
Hey, can you explain that?
Yeah, you'd have 119 school districts that are locally controlled, giving up their authority to the state. There'd be a lot of cultural resentment.
So
I was
I
thinking.
think, sorry, I think there's assumptions built into that. Giving up what, gaining what, right? Like, so I think that, I hear what you're saying, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think that this goes back to that conversation about what are the assumptions that we're bringing with us and what do we imagine it looking like versus what, like what you're imagining might be very different from what I'm imagining. So I think that's really
But
important.
that's an analytical thought process you're going
Right.
through. They'll be going through a cultural thought process, which
And
is
an
very
emotional,
different.
emotional reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna piggyback on Scott and say loss of community from what which is very similar to what he said. I think the loss of, yeah.
I think when I hear that, I think for me, I don't want to imagine that the only way a community has identity is by virtue of either a school district where they may not even have a school that they're operating, or having a school building used in the current way it's being used. So I guess for me, I challenge that what might in fact be current reality, but may also benefit from how we consider community and what our collective assets of a community are able to bring to that community. So a building used differently might have a more robust preschool, or like, I guess I just want us to be open to the possibility that the identity of a community isn't only hanging on the current governance structure. Because in some cases, there are school districts with no school buildings.
Go ahead, Jim.
I'll go back to the public engagement thing. I think, I agree with Senator Beck. If you just impose this on people, you're going to have a lot of resentment, and those of you who voted for it in the legislature will maybe be taken to task at the, at the next vote. But if we engage them, if we're transparent, and if we solve the problem in a way that makes sense to people, I think you minimize that. If you involve them in the work, they'll have ownership of it. It won't just be something that's imposed on them. But at the end of the day, we have to have proposals by December, and I'm not sure how much of that we can accomplish.
I think, I'm just gonna talk assumptions again, like making the assumption that the culture in an elementary school or a middle school or a high school changes because of the governance structure is an assumption that most people have that may not be accurate in most situations, right? Like that's a, so just think, when a new principal comes in, the culture sometimes changes. It doesn't always change, right? Sometimes the culture is stronger than the leadership. And often the culture is stronger than the governance structure. Almost always. So I just feel like that's you know,
That's a good point.
doesn't change the fact that change causes stress and sometimes loss and all of the things, but I just, you know, I just want to name it.
And
Yeah, I just want to name that we should think about where people at this table sit when we talk about culture of schools, because our table is reflecting the conversation that's happened in the legislature and happened in the state right now. And I think we need to be mindful of that. And in some of these communities, the school is it. It's where people meet. It's where we deliver social services. And, you know, when we come out of a legislative session where literally someone said, your small schools are depriving my kids of education, people are feeling pretty fragile right now. So I think we should not be dismissive of that cultural component, because that's why we're in this conversation right now.
bringing it back to Dave's earlier point, is there a, when we're thinking about what this will achieve, what it will result in, would one centralized district achieve better outcomes for kids?
Better opportunities for kids.
Better opportunities for kids.
And at what level? Because I think there's a very big difference, and the law acknowledges that, between elementary schools and high schools.
So we're thinking about Hawaii as one school district, not that it's a beacon of educational quality, but the District of Columbia is one school district with maybe 2 or 3 times the number of students in Vermont. And any large city around the country would have a school district that's bigger than Vermont.
Yeah.
So we think about that when we're looking at X number of districts.
We're like the 80th biggest school district if we did the whole state. Something like that.
Is that right?
Yeah, but I think that
The 80th biggest in the country?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm intrigued to do Hawaii though, A, because you were generous enough to throw it on the table at the last meeting, but also there are some scale and distance issues. I mean, we can't compare Vermont to Washington DC just because of the density of the population there versus the sparsity of population in some of our communities.
Well, we're brainstorming, and I
Yeah.
threw it on the table
Yeah.
at the last meeting too. I
Yeah.
don't think we're going to have one school district.
I think you're
We don't
right.
know, but it's important to look at what other states are doing.
Agreed.
I mean, one obvious thing is you wouldn't need a state board and a district board. So you're probably talking at one board at the state level, and then I think you get to the question of how that board is identified and governed.
At one time years ago, there were more school board members in Vermont than there were math teachers.
Interesting.
And I don't know if that's still true.
It wouldn't surprise me if it is.
It was, well,
Substantially reduced though.
We count the SU boards as maybe.
Just math or?
yeah, that was 25 years ago.
That's interesting.
I don't know if it's changed, but the point is clear.
And Massachusetts has 350 something districts,
10 times the population.
right? But, and some of their elected officials are frustrated at that number of districts.
I think another obvious difference is there's no tuitioning. In Hawaii, it's a single district, and they have some charter schools. But it's interesting because their charter schools function like our public schools, whereas they're, in that they are allowed to have autonomy over curriculum, they have to conform to standards, whereas their quote-unquote traditional public schools have to follow state curriculum. So that's a difference as well.
Yeah, I'd say, I have quite a bit of experience in Pennsylvania where we had the state board. We also had an intermediate unit system, which would be like the BOCES, in terms of governance. And then individual school boards for at the time, 501 school districts. And similar sparsity situations where you have Pittsburgh and Philly were class 1 and class 2 cities, and then there were a bunch of smaller class 3 cities, and then everybody else was either a town, suburban, or a very rural district. And the state board had a different function, I think, than Vermont does. It's a little more limited, but there were always efforts between districts to join or divorce from one another. A township might want to get out of a district. And so they would kind of rule over those sorts of things. So there are models out there that support that variation in community type.
Do you know how many districts were in Pennsylvania?
501 when I was there, we were just in the middle of merging a couple, so it's probably 500 or 499 now.
And how many BOCES?
There were 29 intermediate units across the state that essentially helped the AOE help districts implement state initiatives. They provided business office services to small districts that couldn't afford those efficiencies. They provided low incidence special education support, like autism support, for example, for districts that might have a small number of kids. They did things like Medicaid billing for, in our case, we had a tri-county intermediate unit that served 3 counties in northwest Pennsylvania. Rather than us each hiring someone to do Medicaid billing, they did it for us. So there are across the board opportunity for shared services, which I would hope exists in a place like Hawaii as well.
They don't use BOCES.
They don't?
They just have a
Okay.
Department of Ed.
Oh, okay.
It's one of the 7 or 8 states that don't.
Room for improvement.
I'm wondering about voice and community input and what that looks like in a single district. I don't have an answer, I'm just putting it out there as a what does it look like? And what does it mean?
Well, it sounded, the way you explained Hawaii, that the areas did have authority over their budgets.
Yep.
So that's important.
Aren't they on the foundation plan?
They are.
So I don't think they do. I think
They
they
do,
make
they get
local-
to choose how it's spent.
How to spend, it, but they don't choose how much they spend.
Right.
So they're given an appropriation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which I think is important for us
That's really
to
important.
talk
That's,
about.
that's true even within, I mean, a district that has multiple schools, and part of the problem is there are not many of them, but they already do that at the building level. A lot of them,
At the district.
yeah, which is the district level in some places.
Yeah.
Right, and that's one of the functions of a district in our system, but in Hawaii, the district, the areas have that authority.
I think distinguishing appropriation and voting on a budget, which is you're voting as a community on a dollar figure. You're not voting on line item appropriation within that dollar figure the way most voting happens now, certainly by Australian ballot, that's true. I'm not sure how many districts and communities she'll do on the floor adjustments of budget appropriation by line item. I think it's probably arguable whether or not that is appropriate democratic representation in the decision-making process, or decision-making informed by the people trying to run the schools. So I think, are we thinking that Hawaii has their appropriation, but then they're voting on how they're spending it in their budgets when they're going to vote?
Do they vote?
That's my understanding, is that the local areas vote on how they're spending the money.
And the board members are appointed by the governor, as our state board is.
I think that's right.
The board members of the district.
No, of the
Of
state.
the board members of the area?
Of the state.
Of the one district
Right.
board.
Right. But the members of the areas wouldn't be, I would suspect.
Oh, the community.
What you call the
there's
areas
a
of
community
the-
council or something like that,
Right.
that has local representation.
And they're the ones who have the authority on voting how the
Area.
funds get spent.
I will find out more, but I think this is a thought experiment, right? Are we looking, if we're looking at patterning it off of Hawaii, we can do more diving into what they do. What would work in Vermont might not work the way, right? So what would work in Vermont, I don't know. Maybe that's what we would want to talk about.
Can I just clarify one thing quickly? Scott, did you say that Vermont, if it was one school district, would be ranked 80th? in
Something
the country?
like that, yeah, it's not top 50.
Is it something your committee looked at?
No.
Okay.
I mean, we had a conversation about what size, and
Yeah.
there's anywhere from people say 2,500 to, was in Nate Levinson says 15,000 is the perfect number, but I mean, I don't know what the perfect.
Thanks.
Sounds like there are no local school boards in Hawaii. Not that it matters, I think we need to figure out. I mean, I think the question is how do you, if Vermont needs local voice in a state-run system, how would you do that?
Jay?
Yeah, I'd be curious too, just to know, as far as that voice and that involvement, in the 8 years I've served as superintendent in Hanover and Norwich, I attended over 500 school board meetings. We had 4 boards, they met often.
So three district and an SU?
What's that?
3 district boards and an SU board?
Yeah, in New Hampshire's called an SAU. We're SAU 70 in New Hampshire, we're SAU 55 in Vermont.
Okay.
And in those 500 meetings, I would say there were probably 3 or 4 that were very well attended by public, and it was usually some big issue that was coming up. COVID was one. Any given meeting in a district that serves nearly 2,000 kids, we might have one member of the public, and it was usually a member of the public who had a vested interest because she worked within the high school. It might be a teacher union rep, and unless there was some really big issue, like firing a coach, for example, that voice was absent most of the time. And even in all the changes that have come about in school funding over the course of the past several years, it wasn't until push came to shove and we're getting close to town meeting that people came to even learn more about what the proposals were that the legislature was working up for school funding reform. And that is not to downplay the need or the importance of preserving that opportunity for the public, but I think having a good sense about how engaged is the public with our public school system as it stands now, and it seems to me that in most of the communities in the last couple of years, the public has really been loud when it comes to their increasing tax burden and voting on the budget, and we all are too keenly aware of the fact that several of the budgets didn't pass 2 years ago, and that's the opportunity for the public. So I wonder if you build something in a system that gives those one-off sort of concerns the public has about, like whether the playground's safe or my student experienced this, if there's a way for people to be heard and to receive action, that can be built into the system. But I don't know that school board meetings are really the way that the public does interact the most in schools. They call the teacher.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. As a school board member myself, I have to say that I spent the first couple of years being on the school board educating my community as to what governance is versus what, operations is. And they often conflate, and I'm not critiquing my community at all. It's a nuance, right? What is the difference between governance and operations? And they come to a school board thinking that they're going to get operations assistance, but it's actually, that's not what it is, right? It's governance. And so I would often say, speak to the principal of the building or speak to the superintendent. But yeah, I think that is a really good point, and we need to make sure that our group is not conflating governance with operations and on the ground functioning, because that is it's a big difference. Yeah. Kim?
We might have the opportunity though to think about, I'm well in agreement, Jay, like we used to do pies and pie charts to get people out at budget time. And this is in Essex Westford School District, and we'd still have very few people attend. And we would really, there was a lot happening so that people could access all of our materials after every single meeting through that budget process. But it was the second largest school district in the state, and the number of folks sitting in the room were very, very limited, and those engaging with us on those things were very limited. And I think that it is probably the perennial challenge of board members to have community engagement in our work. And it was the thing that was always at the top of our list collectively as a body to do. So I'm curious to think about other models, and I'm feeling like I'm remembering and could look into it further to understand it better. I feel like Massachusetts had school advisory councils or something to that effect, that they're the subordinate bodies that help inform, you know, get voice into what's happening in the smaller units within their larger district. So I would invite us to learn more, I think. Looks like that might
So
work.
it was one thing I was discussing on the way over here that was in the original H454 that came from the governor's office. Every school had an advisory board with some discretionary spending authority. That was removed almost, that did not make it through the drafts. And I'm thinking more about that idea of, because it's the on-the-ground, day-to-day stuff that the community cares about. Oh, we need new playground equipment. It's that school building issue that the community really cares about. I said, I'd like to see that, some version of that come back into the process.
I wonder if that is even about discretionary spending so much, because when we think about a school budget broadly, by the time you're done with in a school district, whether it's your contractual requirements, there's limited discretionary spending. In a larger school district, in a smaller school district, in an SU, you've got SU chargebacks, you've got tuitioning, you have limited discretionary budget in a building. So I wonder if it's less about money and maybe more about voice.
I agree, it's less about money, but I was given an example over the weekend from someone who deals with the school I went to that's now part of Kingdom East. They wanted to do something small, like the kids on a field trip to the museum or whatever, and it had to go through the Kingdom East board, and it took, you know, it was very complicated for something that they're like, we've lost that ability to say, oh, we just want to do this little whatever, and we can make that decision without having to go up to the next level, perhaps. And that was where I thought about the discretionary spending for each school, for those little things, like, oh yeah, we're gonna have a concert, and when we're gonna do it, and what do we need, and do we have funds for it? So, you know, I don't have it all worked out, but that idea of that really local voice within this larger system.
And that would never have been something that would have come to a school board decision in Essex Westford, and it probably would have been considered in the budgeting, because the building-based budgets feed up to the larger district budget. So that's, I appreciate the example, and think that that is important to think about as we're designing, because every principal should have a budget that has incorporated anticipated needs like that.
I think it may also lead to the inconsistency that we have in a state this small on how things are all run so differently. And sometimes it needs to be, because not every place is the same. But the governance even, and there's all graduation requirements, there's not school calendar, school contracts. There's a lot of inconsistency across the state of Vermont. Again, some of it very legitimate, but it leads to inconsistency and opportunities too.
And just to poke on that a little bit, who is we, right? Because if we as community members who think that the students should do something, or is we the educational staff who doesn't have the funds to do what they need to do in their curriculum? And so I want that to be right, because sometimes the experts, the educators, we don't listen to them as much as the loudest voices in the community who are, you know, seeing something or have a perspective. This is, again, this conversation, we have all had a lot of experience with education, whether we're educators or not, right? We were educated. If we have kids, our kids were educated. There's schools in our communities. We've all seen like different pieces that resonate with us. I'm not an expert, I'm not an educator, so what I think is great, what worked great for me, might not be the current thing that is the best for students or is future, setting our kids up for the future. It might be like what worked in the past, right? And so I feel like there's that piece that we're always dealing with in Vermont, and is that what local voice means? I don't know.
I don't know either, but they need to have a place to have that voice, to bring those issues up.
I stopped Rebecca from talking.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, as a superintendent of a 13,000 student district, I was never involved in where they were gonna spend their money on field trips. The schools, we basically established a budget, they had a budget, there would have been a line for field trips, and the teachers and the principal would have figured out what those field trips are gonna be, and I don't think it would be any different in any scenario I could imagine here. But if someone decided they wanted to get something that they weren't getting through the principal, through their superintendent of whatever sort of district they had, there would be recourse within that system, I'm sure. It just might not be going to the school board, who couldn't solve it anyway, who, like you said, would refer it back to the school. Yeah, I think it's hard. It's budgets, it's athletics, and beyond that,
It's
those
really,
things are handled in school.
yeah.
Rebecca, did you have something?
I'm struggling a bit because every one of these governance things is an effort to solve a problem, and I think we're still unclear on what the problem is, and there are also multiple solutions to any problem set. So if our goal is inconsistency of opportunity, we've asked for inconsistency of graduation expectations and a school year calendar, which denies some kids 3 years of coherent education every year around vacations. Those are easily solvable. In fact, we've asked repeatedly for recommendations on a statewide calendar. And we've been working, the work is already done on the statewide graduation requirements. So I think what I'm struggling with is, instead of focusing on quality and addressing out of control costs where they're being driven, I hope we're not once again hoping that redistricting is going to solve that problem. I mean, we reduced 159 school districts to 36 under Act 46. It didn't address affordability, and it didn't address the quality, because at the end of the day, you have to focus on quality. So you have to focus on special ed, and we've got a problem in our special education extraordinary expenditures formula, which is going to continue to drive out of control costs until we change that in the legislature. There's nothing the districts can do about it. So I would love us to think about these as possible solutions, but let's not lose sight of the problems that we're trying to do. I think people talk a lot about local control because they're afraid of losing their school. And so I think we just have to be upfront about that. It's, because it's sometimes the only way to town. On the flip side, I think we haven't talked at all. I mean, why would anyone run for the legislature if we have a single school board that's elected? Because you'd be in charge of $2 billion as a legislator for the entire state. That's much more meaningful than voting on the general fund expenditures. So, I mean, and what are those races going to look like? People would rather do that probably than run for governor. I mean, I think when you do this, there are going to be unintended consequences. We can look at other states and see what's happened. We should look at Hawaii and see there are constantly, the whole reason they came up with charter schools was they wanted to make their public schools more like our public schools. So that's sort of an interesting thing. I think we need to be weighing that and assume that there's no easy answer here.
And I'm just going to point out an assumption that the school board members would be elected and not appointed. That was an assumption that you just made, right?
Well, I'm just saying
we all are making.
Earlier I said that they were appointed, and I have serious concerns about that, because anytime, I think it's not about the purpose, but anytime you tie system stability, nothing in education is done in 2 years. Nothing worth doing. That's why, the reason Mississippi is seeing huge score growth is for over 10 years, they have been focused on literacy instruction, investing in improving literacy. The risk we have in politicizing that office, since everything is a 2-year cycle, is the churn. we have constant turnaround policy, and that's no fault, no foul of the people in those offices. They don't have a choice, because that's the system we have. And we have now created a system of instability at the top associated with that 2-year turnover of cycle that didn't exist prior to 2010, I think it was.
Should that be one of our goals? We have equity, quality, cost, responsive government. Should stability be a goal in this, as we're talking about?
I was gonna say, I think you did a nice job just now of highlighting the pervasiveness of issues around quality and cost and all of the things that are sort of the undergirding of our educational issues and problems in the state. I think you also highlighted that redistricting is not a panacea, it's not gonna suddenly solve the problems. And
could make things worse.
Could make things worse, at first do no harm, right? And we are tasked with this job. So is there a way that we can approach the work of creating no more than 3 maps? So maybe it's 1, but we have to, I would like to, I think we all are committed to producing something. What is that thing that we are going to produce that A, will do no harm, but also might fix some of the problems that we've been discussing and that we've highlighted here? Yes.
Well, I'm going to go back to saying, Senator Beck, you said at the last meeting, you said that the legislature is going to come with its own maps anyway in the session. Like, we can produce what we want, but I think.
Well, I think that's the starting point. What we produce is the starting point.
But they're going to come back with their own. So I guess the question is.
I mean, I'm assuming they're not going to just accept one of them total, but.
I don't disagree,
Yeah,
which is actually why I think it's helpful to have that on the table. But then I guess the question is, what is the point of 3 maps? And I go back to something you said, Edie, which is the maps can be a tool for educating people about the trade-offs and the underlying tensions. And I think that's where you were going, David, as well. Because anything here is going to have intended consequences, but also unintended consequences. What scares me about the legislature is sometimes I feel like we're driving fast and we have no idea where the road is. And I feel like the map can help us figure that out. Some of this data should have been produced. There's such a long data request time. There was almost no data under the governor's plan. And I think we need to know, and one service we can provide is getting some of that stuff on the table in our plans, and maybe we know it's not going to be adopted as is, but we could help people understand where the opportunities are to actually do better for kids and communities. I think we all agree that we're not in a great place right now. And I think we all agree if we do nothing, we're just going to lose more and more small schools, because that is what's happening. I think we lost 5 last session. So the question is, how can we help people understand the pressures they're feeling and help them see a menu of options that we have before us as a state for trying to get out of it? And not, I think we have to be careful not to sell, because people don't buy it. I mean, they just don't. And I think that just brings up the resistance. And I also think it's not our job. And it's also, some of it's just not realistic. Like, I've been hearing the school construction conversation for over 15 years right now. I mean, people, come on. When we lose the federal money, you really think that this man is going to fall from heaven and we're going to start building regional high schools? I love it. Show me the money. And so what is it that we are going to do that makes our kids better off? And there are things we can do. And I'll tell you, one of them, we should not have schools of 10 kids at the high school level. I'm sorry, because if the foundation plan doesn't save any money when you close a public school if they just shoot off to a school of 10 kids. We just send that same money someplace else. So how do we aggregate? How do we drive dollars in ways that really do make a difference for kids? And that's not something I've heard yet, not from here, but in the body.
Could I ask you something you said about 10 minutes ago? Or 15 minutes ago, about Act 46, because this hasn't been my world, and I honestly don't know what the impact has been of Act 46. What problem did it solve with consolidation? What were the positive results of Act 46? I really don't know.
And I think depending who you talk to, it will be different. I actually think the best way to understand Act 46, and unfortunately the agency has removed a lot of information or hidden it, but it's actually really interesting to look at the maps And when you look at the maps and you look at where mergers happen quickly, you'll understand why. You'll think it makes sense. And so part of it is that, you know, when Act 46 was passed, there was an initial phase called accelerated mergers, and the agency literally expected one district, they thought it was going to be Edie's district, to go through the gate. And the idea was that we would practice and develop support based around their experience. And we had 11 districts come through the gate. Almost all of them were stacked districts where you have a regional high school and a bunch of elementary schools under them that all shared the same high school. And it was a roll-up. And it makes sense. They already have all the same board members. It's structurally just created internal coherence, much simpler governance, but they also had relationships working with each other. So they trusted because they've been sitting at the same table with the same people for 20 years. It was also bottom up, so those districts could signal. And if you look at where they were in Addison County for the most part, Chittenden County, and in Washington County.
So where I taught at Orleans Central.
Yeah.
Essentially, it was the same thing.
It was
We
the
had
same
a
thing.
regional high school,
One
our
of the only
6
ones in that
school
region.
districts became one.
Yeah, we had 2 in Caledonia. I would say this, David, I was on House Head for Act 46. Districts that saw it as an opportunity did very well. Districts that fought didn't do very well.
I think that's,
or didn't do it at all.
but that is, you're
Yeah.
100% right. And that's so telling, right?
Yeah.
Like if you force a merger and someone doesn't want it,
yeah.
you're not making kids' lives better because they don't believe it. They don't believe it. And what happened in many of the other districts, the stacked districts, they did save money and they gained efficiency and they turned it around and plowed it right back into their kids.
Yeah, the funding formula encourages that.
Well, or the fact that they've been cutting their
Yeah.
integrated arts for years encourages that too. And if you look at the data from the teacher equity report, what we see now in our smaller districts is they're spending more per kid on administration, and they're also spending about the same amount on students, and you can see it in that data request. But they're not putting it into opportunities; they're putting it into their basic infrastructure. And the trade-off in scale is you know it's real at the high school level. It really is. And when you look at where kids choose to enroll out of tuition, overall it tends to be in bigger schools because they want to have a sports team. In public high school choice, they tend to be moving for the electives, the extra co-curriculars.
It's interesting because if you look at the communications we've already received, there are some regions that are already looking at, I wouldn't say consolidate, well, they're looking at OCs, one of them, and some of them on their own, you know, during our work, will be doing this on their own, back to Scott's point.
They can't wait. They literally cannot wait, particularly on special education. And literally the way we reimburse on special education extraordinary expenses, we penalize districts that try to do the cheaper option right now that provides better service in-house. And so they're like, we can't wait for you guys, we've been waiting too long.
It is approaching noon. I can't speak for anyone else, but I would certainly like to take a break. We have work to do when we get back. I want to know where we want to leave this template because we certainly didn't necessarily go through all of it, plugging in a district, a notion of a district. So how would folks like to, what are your thoughts on this template, using a template? Do we want, time to individually, think about it some more between now and the next meeting, or maybe do some experiments with it? Where are we? Yeah.
I think for me, just speaking for myself, it would be more efficient for me to walk through this template myself, making, all these conversations we're having now, to do that on my own and then come back to the table with all that, the ideas.
I would appreciate that, and I think it's a really good idea. We're going to have time, we have weeks before the next meeting, so we can each do that on our own, or even, like you said, as long as we don't have a quorum, we can speak with each other and work with each other as well. So I think that's a great idea. But yes.
I appreciate that. I have a concern both about the timing of the data, giving people time to really meet, grab into this, dig into this, and I also trust people at this table to bring their best game. I'm worried that we will burn through our meetings, and do we have agreement that if it takes more than, because the next meetings are coming right up. I want to make sure people are ready to use the meetings that we have well, and I'm concerned that we don't even have basic data.
And were you about to ask if we need more than 8 meetings, that we can do that?
Yes, we're only allowed to have 8 meetings, and if we're not, I was going to respectfully suggest we punt some of them out so we have time to do, we may have to do small group work outside, but.
There's no limit on how many meetings we have.
Okay.
Right, we just won't get paid
Well,
for more than 8 meetings.
I understand that, and it's fine for me to judge that, but maybe people can indicate to you confidentially whether that's a commitment they can make. I don't want to put anyone in that position if they can't do it.
It's tricky because we could spend years doing this work.
I understand,
so-
but we're in our second meeting.
I hear you. So I do think we need to time bound it, and yet if we need more time,
I'm
do we want
happy
to
to
add
put
it?
more, but.
I am too.
I was going to say, I have 3 things. So one is, let me or Martine know if you are bound to the 8 meetings, just so that we can have that as a separate thing. Any conversations we can have offline, any decisions have to be made in a public meeting, and I just want to be very clear on that. Like, we all have thoughts, we all have ideas, but we have to figure out what we want to do together in a public meeting. So just speak, that was something that keeps bubbling up in different places.
But to clarify, people could work in small groups to develop proposals. It doesn't even have to be something they want. It just is something that has to be developed. I'm not going to ask you to defend it, but to bring it here so it's sous chefed and then we can discuss.
Yep. We didn't do a great job of prepping prior to the meeting and saying, read this, read this, read this, read this. I'm hoping our facilitator will help us do that for the next meeting. I'm not 100% sure that we will be better at the next meeting. We will be better at the meeting after that. Like just knowing what my schedule is like for the next 3 weeks.
Can I just add to that about the schedule of meetings? Personally happy to do more than 8. I do think we ought to have 1 or 2 or 3 maps done before the last meeting, so that we can have time at 1 or 2 meetings to discuss each of them, but not wait. You probably have this in mind as co-chairs, but just want to say it'd be good not to do it all at the last meeting.
Yeah, and the development of the report will be critical. That's probably the last meeting. A lot of what the last meeting will be thinking about that report. It's going to be generated. I think Kim and Scott.
Sorry, I just want to say this. Just let me finish this one. This draft. Like, if we did something today that doesn't make sense to do in the future, give us that feedback. There's no reason to use a tool. Like, this was a brainstorm tool, never been used before. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Let's do something totally different, or let's modify it. But so there's no right. So that's my last thing. Okay. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm going to reiterate the challenges with data and not having it, and not having a system that requires that sort of accountability to data production generally. And I think that is, worth noting and concerning, because we are asking, and our work will be very hamstrung should we not have the data. So I'm hoping that we can get at least that which is already gathered and get responsiveness on that yesterday. I think it's important. And I think this probably is worth saying, or maybe goes without saying, we are not recommending one school district, because we chose Hawaii as our example to role play this possible exercise. I think is important to say, or we will be receiving a lot of feedback over the next 3 weeks that is not that we are embracing Hawaii as much as it was a simplistic model in theory for us to go through a template that we hadn't tried before. So
thank you.
Said it out loud.
So can I just clarify? At some point, I would like to have a conversation about whether the maps are for instructional purposes, for better or for worse, for the legislature, because they're gonna do what they do anyway? Or are they maps that we personally, as a committee, feel like we ought to be doing for the state? Because those are very different things. And I would choose very different maps for those purposes, because part of this is an opportunity to help people both understand what are the core problems that we're trying to address and how you could address them through different structures, but also to help highlight the trade-offs and decision points that we have to make as a state.
Any thoughts on that before we go to lunch? That's good.
I think what you're saying is, or what I'm hearing is that there are certain ways that we want to use them to illustrate. So I think what we could do, we could have 3 or up to 3 that we're recommending, but then have other examples of why we either did or didn't recommend the 3 shown in map format.
I think that's a decision I'm hoping this task force can make, because I will make different recommendations based on what I think we're doing, and I'm not sure what the task is.
Okay.
Scott, did you want to say something?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So the question is, are we legitimately recommending them as options for redistricting the state, or are we using them as instructional to the legislature for the legislature to take action or not?
I think they're instructional, but I don't think that we would want to include in a report a map proposal that 2 of us support.
Right.
I think that will work and the other 9 saying that it's not. I mean, I think we need to recommend maps that these are doable solutions to the problem.
Maybe it's both and, to marry those 2 ideas, that these are the 2, 3 that we vetted through our process, and this one has a heavier priority for this, and these are the concerns. This one has a heavier priority, that would benefit this, and these would be the concerns. These are the things that would need to change under each if we move forward with those. This piece of statute needs this, some degree of modification. It might even give us the space to say out loud, we could see this working, but, advisory council should be considered, or we're getting a lot of thoughts on the table. I would hate for us to lose them. I would also hate for us to do a pure educational exercise that we can't feel comfortable recommending, because I feel like I took our charge to mean we are recommending, based on our process, which should be transparent, data informed, and have integrity, maps that should bear serious consideration in the legislature.
Totally agree.
I just think it has to, then that has to be a statement, like that has to be at the top of our report.
And the legislature, if they knew what those district plans were, would have done it already. They punted the issue to us. That's not a negative. I don't mean that in a pejorative way, because we can do it very thoughtfully over the 4 months. But we don't want to punt it back to anybody else either. We've got to take a position.
Yeah. On that note, very helpful, good discussion, and we will break for lunch and be back at
12:57.
We're gonna start calling this meeting back to order after lunch. It is 1 o'clock. And our next agenda item is public engagement. We will be discussing public engagement and how we plan to organize it, how we plan to achieve it. And we are going to be working in concert with the Commission on the Future of Public Education, and we have the interim chair, Jay Nichols, here today, who will discuss strategies for public engagement with us. Welcome, Jay Nichols.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here.
Interim chair title got removed a while ago, so the speaker asked me if I would just get us through to December, and that's my goal. So I will continue on that, and Peter Conlon is the vice chair. So that happened a couple of meetings ago. So Peter and I will be the chair and vice chair.
Wonderful, thank you, Jay.
So thanks for having me. I'll share a couple of things and then see where you folks want to go.
Let me just, before you get started, Jay, let me just tell folks that you should have a sheet in front of you. This is just some process questions and questions to consider that I worked on yesterday, Edie and I worked on, and we, you have it in front of you. It's on, should be on the web page as well.
And we're gonna pop it on
We're
the
gonna
screen.
pop it
in
on the
just a second.
screen. So we'll be working from this document when the time comes. But Jay, the floor is yours.
Okay, and I will be brief because I want you to spend the time actually working on the document.
Right.
So essentially, we have a contract with Afton Partners, and
Sorry, can you,
Afton Partners,
ACTON?
AFTON
AFTON.
Partners, who has a contract with the commission on the future of education in the state of Vermont, or whatever we're called. I can never remember the full title. And we decided a while ago that it would be really beneficial to the state if we worked with you folks to have some questions asked that you might want to have asked that we can get information back on. Now, full disclosure, we started work with Afton before the charge was changed by the legislature. We've only had a couple meetings since then. We will meet with Afton after this meeting to finalize what questions will be asked. And Peter and I, along with Secretary Saunders, are going to meet with them, and we're going to follow their guidance as much as we can. They're the experts in this area, and try to make sure we ask questions in a way that gets the most response from Vermonters that we can, and as broad a way as we can, so that we can share that not just with the Redistricting Task Force and the Commission and the General Assembly, but anybody else that might want to use it going forward as we go through these conversations over the next 3 or 4 years. So that's kind of the general plan. The way that it will work, just to give you an overview, and again, we're going to meet with them to finalize this. They're going to have probably 5 virtual engagement sessions that are going to take place in September and October. And the thought around that will be, and you don't have a copy of that yet, it's not finalized yet. The concept behind that would be that we would try to reach as many Vermonters as possible, going through trusted partners, whether that's the V's, the Agency of Education, any other organizations, local school boards, so that as many people as possible have access to a survey and to those engagement sessions. So we would get feedback coming from the surveys and from the engagement sessions. They're also developing a facilitator's guide and training resources for us, so that and it's set up in a way that anybody that wants to host a meeting, so if the local school board wants to host it, superintendent in the region wants to host it, they can and collect feedback and then share that. And then at the end of that process, which will be over the next few months, in November, Afton will analyze and synthesize the findings into a comprehensive report for us that we can have be as an addendum to any report that goes to the General Assembly. So that's the general thinking of that.
Can you just explain who the V's are?
Okay, the V's are, for the purposes of this discussion, I know there's other V's too, but the Vermont School Boards Association, the Vermont Superintendents Association, the Vermont Principals Association, and Vermont NEA. And then I'm also thinking, we're also thinking like the Vermont Council for Special Education Administrators, any other organizations that we can think of that are partner and are related to interest in public education. Along with that, we're trying to, Afton Partners is charged with trying to help us find a way to make sure that we're hearing from marginalized Vermonters, historically underutilized or under-listened to, perhaps Vermonters. And so part of what they're going to do and part of the work that they do is trying to make sure that any kind of survey instrument or any reach out to the public is as broad as possible and hits as many communities as possible. So they're looking at different groups in Vermont. Trying to think of an example. I know there's several groups in like Brattleboro that do racial justice work, migrant justice work, those types of things, to make sure that surveys and invitations go out to those partners too, so they can share it with the wider community, so we can get as big a breadth of knowledge back on what Vermonters are thinking about. So that's kind of what we're doing. Yes? Senator.
So, thank you. So those are 5 meetings that you mentioned. You're having 5 virtual engagement.
They are setting up 5 virtual engagement sessions.
And so just for clarity, will 2 of those be specific to the redistricting work, or do you see the redistricting work being sort of smattered through all 5 of those meetings?
I see it being spattered over all those 5 of the meetings, but I think by law, you're required to have 2 hearings.
Yes.
So I would suspect that those would look like how hearings traditionally do.
Okay.
That's just my thought. You guys get to decide, obviously, how you want to proceed that, but I would think those would be hearings where Vermonters would attend either virtually or in person and allow an amount of time to speak directly to what you're working on related to redistricting.
Go ahead, Kim.
So I think following up on that question, our meetings are now 6-hour meetings, and we've got 8 allotted where 2 are supposed to be attending to the requirements for the public hearing. I'm wondering if we could get clarification on whether or not, if there's a focus in your work on 2 of those 5 being on, redistricting, does that satisfy it? Or if across all 5 of them, there is ample opportunity for people to weigh in on the matter of redistricting, and we are specific about that being a question to them in surveys and in these 5 sessions, if that would satisfy the requirement. I think otherwise we should talk structurally about how long those hearings would be in the context of our remaining 6 meetings, and which are currently scheduled to be 6 hours each.
Well, they don't have to be. If you look at the language of what we are required to do for public input, it's pretty wide open. The task force shall hold not fewer than 2 public hearings to receive and consider feedback from members of the public regarding school district consolidation and proposed boundaries, and shall work closely with the Commission on the Future of Education's public engagement process to maximize public input regarding the development of the proposed new school district boundaries. So nothing there says that each meeting has to be 6 hours or anything like that. It just.
And it doesn't have to be counted as among our 8.
I don't think so.
Okay. And then, so I guess
I would
back
leave that to the
you.
legislators at the table, that's
Yeah, you guys don't think so, then can we ask the commission whether or not they would please?
The 2.
2. Yes.
Well, we had mentioned it at our last meeting that in the 2 public engagements could be in addition to our 8.
Yes.
And might that then
Say that
be
again.
part of your?
We'll have 8 meetings as a task force, and then 2.
With public comment at all those meetings and
Yep.
warrant.
Yeah, we still have all that, and then there will be 2 public hearings that, I don't know, you could facilitate.
You're asking if maybe
Could it be part of your?
Afton, part of Afton's
Yeah.
5 petition. I do not know the answer to that, I'd have to run that by them. What I did want to do is share with you the questions that we think we're going to ask, having not met with Afton yet,
Okay.
and then get some feedback about what questions you'd want, because I think the vast majority of the information you're going to get is going to come from survey type documents.
Okay.
We have found that, as you know, it's very hard to get people into a room. Even when you do it virtually, you might get 50 or 60, where if you do surveys, you might get hundreds of responses, and we want to have as wide a berth as possible. What we're going to ask as a result of our conversation yesterday, which has not been, we haven't talked with Afton yet, but we're going to leave it to them whether they want to make any changes that they think would give us more information. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jay. Will Afton translate those surveys?
Yes.
They will?
Yes.
Okay, great.
That's my understanding, that they're going to make sure that it's easily translatable to other languages. Vermont.
Okay.
We still haven't had that conversation yet. All this stuff is pretty new because the original plan got thrown out the window when everything changed in terms of the duties of the commission.
Got it, thank you.
But we're gonna ask people, what do you value most about your current education system as it exists today? What opportunities should be afforded to all students in Vermont public schools? What is the goal of public education, and at what level, state or local, should those goals be determined? And who should determine if a local school closes? How should local community members have voice in that decision? What do you think that process should look like? And those questions get at what our main roles are in the commission, but we want to run our 4 main charges by Afton to see what thoughts they have. And our charges are recommendations for what roles, functions, or decisions should be a function of local control, and what roles, functions, or decisions should be a function of state level control. That's our first one. Our second one is necessary updates to the roles and responsibilities of school district boards and the electorate. Third one is a process for communities served by a school to have a voice in decisions regarding school closures and recommendations for what that process shall entail. And the last one is a process for monitoring the implementation of Act 73 in a manner that is transparent and public facing. So what I was hoping to do today is have you tell me here are 3 or 4 general questions that we would like you to consider asking, knowing that Afton is going to help us with the actual language of it to make sure that it reaches as many people as possible.
Okay.
And your document that you started might be a great place to start. that
This
conversation.
document has, the task force has not had their eyeballs on this, and they have not had a say in this, so this is a draft, it is draft form. Hopefully, you've all been able to peruse it,
And it's posted on the website.
and it is posted. We brainstormed this, and would love feedback on it, is my point. And the first part here is our process questions. So what is the process of the commission going to be when it comes to garnering and gleaning some public input? And the second are the actual questions that could be asked.
I have a question on the format of your meetings.
Yeah.
So when we have testimony at the State House, it's a Q&A, right? Somebody comes in and shares information with us, and we can ask questions, and we can have a deeper conversation.
Right.
At the school board level, somebody comes in and shares information, and we say, thank you, and we may use it in a future meeting because we have to warn and all of those things, but often, there's very little conversation back and forth. How are you envisioning the meetings that you're having? Is it a back and forth? Is it somewhere?
So
in
the
between
commission meetings
those?
that we're having right now, we have an agenda, we often have a presenter that comes in. If the presenter comes in, then we have dialogue with that presenter. So for example, we had Debbie Singheiser from the Vermont School Boards Association come and explain what are the current roles of school boards. And so she came and did a presentation, and then we asked questions of her because we're going to be making recommendations in that area. At the next meeting, we have Nate, I think it's LaValle, it says his last name. He's business manager, CFO in Burlington. He's going to come and talk about equitable budgeting.
Nate Lavery.
Nate Lavery, yeah. So he's going to be coming in. He was recommended by the Superintendent's Association. He's going to come in for 45 minutes. The rest of the time, we're working on those 4 questions, having conversations with each other about them, and trying to come up with language that we agree upon that will end up in the report. Our report has to be due to the legislature, I think it's December 15th, we have a little bit of an extension. That's like tomorrow.
So when the public comes in.
We always listen to the public, we only answer clarifying questions.
And these meetings that Afton is going to run, are they going to be a dialogue, or are they going to, we don't know yet?
We don't know, we don't know yet, but I think it's, it's up to the commission with Afton, but we would want to lean on their expertise.
Okay.
But I'm open to any suggestions for sure. We want to hear what people really want to.
Yeah.
But we also don't want 1 or 2 organizations coming in and taking over a meeting. We want it to be real Vermonters, sharing their thoughts.
Thank you.
Not that people in organizations like myself are not real Vermonters, because we are too.
Kim?
As I think about our call to do public hearings, that is different than a dialogue or a small group engagements or the type of structure that you would get a deeper engagement on. So when we were doing EQS, we did hearings, took in all of that information, invited people to submit written testimony if they were speaking from testimony, and then as co-chairs we digested that information and tried to bucket the information we got, not erasing any individual comment, but rather trying to categorize groups in helping to inform future work. So maybe if it's hearing style and we did our work in that way, again, I think I would lean on what Afton might suggest, but it would offer us the opportunity to, in between those 2 hearings, clarify misunderstandings. We might benefit from summarizing sort of where we are in our process and our charge. And I know that in some cases we're continuing to hear people reflecting back to the 5-district plan that was originally floated, or misinformation each of us are hearing as we're out in the universe. We might have a sort of almost a cheat sheet of frequently misconceptions that might give us a skeleton of facts. And I don't mean to like work this out as I'm blabbing, but I'm thinking about public hearings and what had been helpful in other experiences that I had done that gave us not the dialogue that we might love to have, but a more equitable opportunity to hear from more people.
So we only have about 15 minutes to wrap this one up, and so I think it's important that we think about what our options are. So we know we want to have 8 meetings. We can have public engagement meetings outside of those 8, as many as we want, or as few as we want. We have the commission as a source of assistance. We also, don't forget, have a facilitator that will hopefully be coming online soon, who will be able to help us. So my question to the task force today is, how would you like to approach the public engagement piece of this? I think it's important. I'm already hearing from folks. When do we get to speak? When can you hear from us? So how do folks want to approach this? Any thoughts?
And I will say your first question is, we're kind of already asking it.
Okay.
And the questions that we are planning to present to Afton.
Yeah.
You know, what do you value most about your current
Yes.
education system
Yeah.
as it is today?
Yeah, your questions align with these pretty well.
I think so. It's the redistricting
Yeah.
piece that if you want some kind of specific question in there that will really make people give you feedback in a general sense about what they think that would look like, I think that would be incumbent upon you to let us know what 2 or 3 questions might you want directly in that bucket.
I mean, personally, what I really am going to be leaning on you all to do is to get the voices of the people who don't normally show up.
We're going to do our best to do that.
That is
Afton, that's what
critical.
Afton's contract is supposed to
Yeah,
be
okay,
toward.
super. But anyone want to weigh in on this?
I would just say timing, afternoon and evening opportunities, sort of multimedia, in person, and other
Hybrid.
ways to communicate.
Yeah,
Well advertised in advance.
yes.
And I hate to say it, but childcare is hugely helpful if you're trying to be inclusive.
And food, frankly.
Food, frankly, too.
Food and childcare.
And it looks like, so there's 2 public hearings at least that we need to do. The one is, or at least one is to work closely with the commission to maximize public input regarding the development of the boundaries. So that would be early in our process. And then the other one, or 2, however many we want, that's after boundaries have been proposed, it looks to me. So we might want the second one first, right?
Yes. Which is, I think,
With
what
your
Jay's doing.
organization.
Well, with the commission can probably provide you research on, not research, but feedback from Vermonters on that, depending on how you craft the question. I think the hearings, I personally think the hearings are your babies, and you decide how you want to do those, and if you
Okay.
need help facilitating them, BPA will help you facilitate them.
Okay. Okay, and if we had 2 public hearings on the consolidation and proposed boundaries, then I would hope we could do it geographically. Have one in the south, for example. Do not have them either both remote or both here.
I think our public engagement meetings, personally, this is just me, should not be here. I actually think they should be in different locations, and locations that represent other swaths of our geography, because people can come to these. Anyone in sort of the central Vermont area can probably access these, whereas you're right, they're not going to be able to come from afar. So I think that's really important. Yeah, so in 10 minutes.
I
ahead.
understand the desire to have tech support here. Other boards do seem to circulate around the state and still manage the tech challenge. I think it's a pretty powerful statement if we're saying our redistricting meetings are all.
Okay, so that is not what we're doing right now.
I know, I know, it came up earlier,
Yeah.
and so definitely I'm reinforcing it has to be outside of this area.
Yeah, got it.
So 10 minutes, can you give me 3 or 4 questions to run by Afton?
All right, well, we've got, so Jay, did you get this?
Yes, I've got this. I looked at it last night.
So, I mean, they underscore what you already said. What are the strengths of our public education system? And we'd like to evidence whenever possible. What are the weaknesses of the public education system? What opportunities do we have with redistricting? What are the threats or risks that we should consider when we're redistricting? What support will your district need in becoming part of a new or larger district? What information will be useful or critical to share with your community to support conversations about redistricting? And is your community currently, this is important, is your community currently working on joining or partnering with another district? So is there something organic that's already occurring in your area? And if so, with whom? And we'd like to take that into account when we're imagining a future redistricting.
Just a quick warning, just having worked on research surveys as part of the regional education lab in the past, I think the question, the what is your evidence thing is going to scare people.
Yeah.
The average Vermonter is going to be like, I have no idea what you mean by that. I also worry about, is your community currently working on joining or partnering with another district? I was a superintendent for 10 years in Franklin Northeast. I don't know if they're having conversations with, I haven't been the superintendent there for 9 years. I don't even know, and I lived there. They're really having conversations like that. So I just would be real careful. I think Athens is going to tell us, keep it as broad as you can, and let people put as much comments in as they want, and then let Afton synthesize the information and try to help us make meaning of it. That's just what I think is going to happen in that meeting.
I'm personally comfortable with that.
And if we're narrowing it down to like 3 or 4 questions, I think number 5 is too much in the unknown still. You don't know what support you're going to need unless you know what district you're doing. So I would not ask that in the initial phase of public input either. I'd save that for later.
Some of these questions are definitely kind of geared toward folks who are working in the field already.
And that's not what this survey is for.
Right.
Gotcha.
It's the average Vermonter.
Yeah, it's a great question, but not for this purpose.
Our first 2 questions, you did read off, I think.
Yes.
A version
Yes.
of those.
Yes.
So those are covered. And I do find 7 a little challenging at this stage in the game because the joining with or partnering with can have a variety of meaning, and formal joining with, there's no time to do that before these maps will be produced for any district, no matter what they're discussing.
But
That
4, on
process
the other
requires
hand, is a
study
fantastic
and then
question.
vote.
Okay. Number 4?
Number 4,
Right.
opportunities and threats, I think, are.
What threats or risks we need to consider in the redistricting process? I'm assuming hopefully most Vermonters know enough about accident theory to realize, well, we're looking at greater districts, so maybe our district's going to have to join another. What concerns me as an individual living in Plainfield about that? And what are opportunities I think might come for my children living in Plainfield?
I don't like using the word threat, however. I'm fine with saying opportunities and risks, but I think threat is a pretty loaded word. I think the first 4 are really the key ones.
Okay.
I can make that work with Afton,
Great.
using those first 4, knowing that we've got a couple that are already going to touch it, because the other thing too is, every survey expert tells you, definitely don't have more than 10 questions unless on a Likert scale.
That's
And this is not a Likert scale, this is a short answer
Okay.
a piece, which I think it needs to be, so people can share more depth if they want to,
Yeah.
or they could say things like, just leave it alone, or yes, consolidate the whole state, or whatever they want to say.
Great. So that leaves us with, sorry, go ahead, Kim.
I was just going to say, is 6 something that Afton could work with to see, I think understanding what information people need would help us to formulate our messaging, because we're taking in so much data in our decision making. I think it would be helpful to be responsive to what people envision needing.
Okay, so public engagement, back to us. Any thoughts on where these will happen, when they will happen, and who will lead them?
Well, if you think geographically,
Let's think geographically.
central, east side central, west side central, so you're probably talking Hartford area, Rutland area. People can travel up and down easily on those sides of the state, and if they're caught in the center, you've got the Route 4 that goes between Rutland and Heartland. It seems just everybody would be within 90 minutes or,
Yeah, that's okay. It's not about me traveling, but I mean,
Yeah.
I think the northern parts of the state.
Yeah, I mean, Newport's an hour and 45, but I mean, everybody would be less than 2 hours, I guess, on these things. If they don't want to zoom in or,
Right. That's true. We can zoom in too.
yeah, it's an option.
And when you asked who's leading it, if it's a hearing, it would feel like it's just facilitating and a timekeeper. So, like, the chair is opening and sort of setting the conditions for the hearing, and then a timekeeper, and that opening would sort of reassure what the process will look like and what we're doing with the feedback we're taking, something like that.
Yeah.
As opposed to facilitation.
Yeah, that was my question around what does it look like?
Mhm.
And is there a definition for public hearing, right? Because, and I put the question out to legislative council while we're sitting here, because if there is a definition and that gives us a very narrow box and structure to follow, piece of cake. If it's a broader question, then I want to really understand that, and I want to use that opportunity to get deep knowledge rather than, having people not have a conversation, because I think that deep knowledge can be beneficial. So we'll get more information on what is required of us and how flexible that requirement
I was just
is.
gonna say, since we're running out of time on this agenda item, would there be any folks who would like to maybe volunteer to do this between now and our next meeting and come with sort of a plan for our public engagement, our 2 public engagement meetings? Kim, could you? That would be
great.
Anyone wanna help Kim with that? Going once.
I could get
Thank you.
Are we limited to 2? Should we have more than 2?
We can have more than
Public
2.
hearings.
At least 2.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not sure I'd want to go over 3, just given time and bodies and so forth, but yeah, I would say 2 or 3, but maybe you can come up with a plan and we can vote on it next meeting. I'm happy to help too.
I was just going to say that one of them, I think, ought to be accessible to the Northeast Kingdom.
Yeah. Yeah. Kim, I'm sorry, Rebecca.
By that logic, one has to be acceptable to the southern one, right? Which in
Yeah.
indicators is actually struggling with the kingdom.
The island. Caledonia County, it's an hour.
That was the challenge.
Hour down the highway.
Okay.
Yeah, it's me.
I live on the Canadian border, I could do it, I can do Rutland even in a little over 2 hours, and that's, nobody's further than me. Canada's right here in my house.
Okay, I was gonna say.
So for our work with the commission, are we feeling comfortable with what we've sort of given to Jay, with the task we've given and the questions that we've given him, and can he leave knowing that he's got that work to do?
Can I just ask one question of
Of
your
course.
experience from prior? I feel like you guys have done some public hearings, or no? You've done meetings all over the
yeah.
place.
We have not done public hearings, we've done meetings
Okay.
all around the state, they're not really a public hearing though. We don't follow a
Right.
public hearing process.
So
We do
I
have a
wonder-
public to be heard, we have the meetings, we had our last one at, actually in the southern part of the state, we're having one in Grand Isle on, it's not Labor Day, so it's the Monday after, whatever day, I think it's the 8th.
Tuesday.
Yeah, no, it's the Monday, following Monday, we're having that at the Folsom School in Grand Isle. And we'll have 2 other counties. When the law first came out, it said we're supposed to hit every county. When all the rules, not the rules, but the charge of the commission changed, they never took that part out. So we're still gonna try to hit all 14 counties. We've hit 12 of the, as of September 8th, we will have done 12 of the 14 counties.
And what have you experienced in terms of attendance and being geographically diverse in where your meetings are?
I don't think it's been real great.
So
It was
this is
stronger
more
before the charge changed. Now a lot of people are like, well, they're just making decisions about what the school boards are going to do, what the voting stuff's going to look like. It's not as important. In the beginning, the commission had a major role, and that changed. So I think that's
Did it have a lot of
contributed to people not coming.
I mean,
We had some pretty good attendance at the first 3 or 4 meetings. Yeah,
That's a lot of people.
yeah, yeah.
Good,
Yeah.
thank you.
A lot less since then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But hopefully
thinking
with
about
this,
our
we'll-
challenge and
Yeah.
scheduling hearings that are centrally located probably our timing is as important as anything when I think about it, for people accessing it. If they can access virtually for a hearing, time of day may matter and things like that more so than geographic location, even though we will do it in 2 distinct locations. We might not do it in 5 distinct locations.
Right. I do feel strongly that the geographic locations are important, and we want to make sure people feel heard and feel like they have representation. So just keep that in mind as you're doing that. And we're having 8, so far anyway, we're going to discuss it, but 8 meetings here, right? So this is an opportunity for us to spread our wings a bit and fly. So to
Okay.
speak. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll send you the questions once it's all finalized with Afton and Peter Conley, myself, and Zoe. I'll send you, here are the questions that are going to be on this year.
Fantastic.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you for your work. I appreciate you all stepping up.
Thank you, Jay.
Thanks, Jay.
Thank you. So, next agenda item, talking about public transparency and access, and this has come up a couple of times already in this meeting. Sarah's going to join us? Sure. Great. So one thing that we have just hit on a couple of times is where we meet. Do you want to just talk about this location and?
Yeah, so we, as everyone knows, my agency has been tasked with the support both from an administrative, legal, and technical perspective to this task force. And so we are doing our best to meet the needs of the task force and Vermonters. And so from a logistical perspective, this space in central Vermont with the technology, as I'm sure to speak up loud with the technology, is the best location for my team to be able to support this. I'm concerned about our ability, if we were to move to other locations, I'm concerned about our ability to respond to that, to meet the demands, to make sure that not just the folks in the room, but those around the state that want to dial in remotely, that we'd be able to respond to that. I know that other organizations do that, but we are a really small team, believe it or not, in the Secretary's office, and we've got some colleagues from the tax department that are helping. But we're doing this in addition to our regular kind of plate of work as we gear up for many different things. So from a resource perspective, we thought this would be a best fit, acknowledging that this is really for all of Vermont, and we want to be able to ensure access to everyone to participate. So that's why we recommended this space. I think we have in the, kind of comparing it to the legislature doing budget hearings, that's what my background is building the budget. And a lot of times those budget hearings, they'll have the kind of Zoom option, but they will all be at the State House for the most part. So in my mind, I was comparing it to that. I know it's a little bit different, but that's why we made the recommendation to have the meetings here, a place that could accommodate this group with access for those that are located further afield.
Wendy?
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you for your service. I think it's not unreasonable to have at least one meeting in the southern area, because it is significantly, it's a burden. I mean, it would be 2 hours up, 2 hours down for someone to come. And I think in person, for many reasons, is so much better than being online. Several folks in my area specifically, and I'm talking about more than just my county, because I've been reaching out to other counties who aren't represented, do feel that it's like, what are they doing to us? And I don't want it to be them and us. I want them to feel part of the process.
Yeah.
So, and I think there are facilities that we can make work. I don't know if it would be appropriate to ask a school, like a high school, but schools have great tech.
And they do this all the time.
So, it would be kind of a twofer where we'd be in the area and see one of the high schools in particular is what I would expect. But I don't know their interest, and I didn't want to ask anybody until we talked.
And I think so what I've asked my team to do is we have it scheduled here because we just we have short amount of time, as you all are probably more familiar than I am. So we do have this reserved so that we know we can accommodate, but I've asked my team to explore other options to see what what does the State Board of Education do. This is not something that we normally do in my office, and so we're trying to play catch up to accommodate the important work. And so we can look and see what happens, but the executive branch uses Teams. And so it's like little things like that. And so if we were to go to a school, for example, making sure they have whatever the platform is that we can support for the meetings. So there will be more questions and work that we'd have to do, and we're pretty at capacity. But
Sarah,
we can see what's possible.
One quick question,
Yeah.
Sarah. What is your expectation of supporting us in our public engagement meetings? So we have to have, as we said, 2, maybe 3 of those.
Yeah.
And it sounds like we do want to take those on the road. What do you see as your responsibility to support those?
Yeah, I think, the way that the bill is written, that we would also be responsible for supporting that. And so we'd have to work that out one way or another as well.
Okay.
So, and I heard the conversation today about why that would be important to be in more than one place for public engagement.
I do worry if we start bringing our meetings, our 8 meetings to different locations, that then there becomes like an equity issue. Well, you had it here, why didn't we have it here? And we had it over there, and why not here? And is that showing some kind of favoritism? So that is just something to think about. As Sarah and I have talked about, there are a lot of eyes on this process, a lot of people who are watching and listening, and I want to just make sure that it's as equitable as we can make it. And wondering if having a public engagement meeting closer to Windham County, or maybe even in Windham County, would it allow folks to feel like they are sort of being seen or heard or part of the process?
Oh, it would certainly contribute to that, sure. But I guess, just to follow up a little bit, you could think of it so that it wouldn't seem unfair to be like an hour's drive from certain areas, and so I would suggest Northeast Kingdom also.
And just reflecting on experiences with the State Board of Ed, it is difficult to schedule during the school day in a larger school at capacity in session. I think it's also something for us to recognize that we are taking 6 hours out of a business day, and the amount of folks that are going to attend, no matter where we are, will be limited by that factor alone. And so in our public hearings, I'm again sort of thinking about time of day and duration of that time, and recognizing that is easier to schedule remotely, perhaps in using school buildings after school hours, than the challenges of scheduling during a school day, during a school session, and actively needing support of tech in a school district. I think that is a burden more than a value add in what we would be doing in these meetings.
That's a good point. And if I may add, I think for when you talk about the public budget hearings that happen as part of the legislative process, there are like late afternoon, evening hours because, people that work during the day, giving them the ability to participate. So assuming that is something that you would want to consider. I participated on the Climate Council, which is another kind of big engaged process. And we had public input meetings around the state. They were not, when we met in different parts of the state, we did not have a virtual option, so it was an in-person requirement. And so that's a little bit different to staff versus having the online component. So I'm not saying that that's the direction, because we did many meetings around all of Vermont for that. It was kind of prescribed in the process that we went through, but just for context.
Okay. Is there anyone else? Go ahead.
I just feel like I need to state that one of the reasons some of us were concerned about the decision at the last minute, including at the governor's request to accelerate the timeline, is why we feel this time pressure right now. And to choose to not make meetings accessible because of arbitrary shortening of timelines is a statement.
I think that I hear you, and we're fortunate, and this is central Vermont, but I get that that is convenient for not everybody by far, right? But the ability to have the online participation does allow for that participation even from remote, and it's not the same remote versus in person. I'm a huge proponent of that. Why I'm here right now.
And I'll stick my oar in, and maybe because it's not extra inconvenient for me, but knowing that the consistency for the public, all the meetings are here. I don't have to go and say, well, where are they meeting this week? And can I get, it's just like all these meetings are in this place, 9:30, the consistency piece. So I'm fine with everything.
And I think the State Board of Ed meetings are virtual, but for, I want to say 4, I think is what we had arrived at, that were held typically where the graduating senior is going to be, or anybody going off of the board. As that was coming up, we would be mindful of that and try and be in those communities around that time.
Do you want to move on to the next?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So I mentioned earlier, we have a different streaming platform now. It is something that we can use for our public hearings, I would imagine, wherever we go.
Yes, I would imagine, depending on the location, but we can figure all that out when we settle on those locations. Yeah.
So we'll know after this meeting. We're assuming it's working better than the last one did, and we've done a lot. So we still want more feedback back from folks who are watching, and but we're trying to do everything we can to make this work for everybody.
I've been getting feedback today that the sound quality is still very poor.
I did listen to the last meeting back at my desk, and I could, for the most part, I could hear everybody. There were just like a few times when people were not faced central that you could not. So I think it's probably a continuous reminder to speak loudly. And we have I'm a very loud person anyway, but we do have the microphone up here. But our team has been working really hard to make sure that folks can hear.
Our microphone is that big square over our heads, so.
Are there other tech options that put a microphone at the desks? I know with our school board meetings that happened. We also, at State Board of Ed meetings, had the public access television. That was Media Factory, I think, for the State Board of Ed, and in different parts of the state, I think it's different organizations that could be supporting as well.
Okay.
That's helpful.
Yeah, and we are working on more devices on the tables in addition to this microphone.
Thanks. Yeah. And then the webpage, we wanted to show you all the new webpage that we have with our buttons where information is going to be. And so far, we're erring on the side of having information in multiple locations. We hope that's not confusing for anyone. It's going to be the same information if it's in multiple locations, as long as it has the same heading. So, but that's our goal, so I'll let you walk us through.
Yeah, so we've added these buttons at the bottom to try to be really clear in what information is available. So if you click on the upcoming meetings, you can see today's the 19th, so you can see today's meeting with the agenda and the materials. So I'm just...
Sorry, you want me to jump in?
Yeah, that'd be great, Chrissy.
So if you go back one, Maud, if you don't mind. So upcoming meetings has a list of all future dates, and then at the top was what you guys were seeing for today. If you go to past meetings, which was last week's, it has all the materials that you guys reviewed last week, including the agenda, the minutes, and the recording. And then after this meeting, this same space will have the August 19th meeting, and then below it will be the August 1st meeting. So as you progress,
you'll have all that information under past meetings. But now if you go back out again to the bucket that says committee materials, I'm starting to move everything over there as well that's reviewed at all meetings. And it's redundant. You're going to see it under the day, and you'll also find it here. So again, we've just been building this out this last week or two, and we're open to suggestions, and we're trying to make it a little bit more user-friendly in your brain. If you go back out again, Maud, I apologize, and go to the data bucket, for example, we just started putting things in there starting yesterday. And that will become really robust over the coming, weeks as you guys provide more and more information. There's also a bucket for maps, which is where I imagine will be nothing in there now, but that'll get filled in over time. And then if you go to public comment, going back to the conversation earlier today, you were asking how can you guys see public comment that comes into the ADM redistricting mailbox. I'm saving them as PDFs, posting them here, so that you could click on and get anybody's information. I was speaking with the chairs after lunch, and we thought maybe a good practice would be I would send you all a link right to this page at the end of every week, and it would be in chronological order, and that way you could see the most recent comments that came in to keep you abreast of what's going on, if that's agreeable to you. I'm happy to do that like every Friday afternoon. Here's the latest comments. I could do it more often, but I was thinking they're usually about 1 or 2, 3 a week tops. So it could be more, and I'm happy to work with you on what works. But right now, that's where you're going to find them all.
Thanks, Chrissy, it's great. Appreciate that.
So I just want to point out, if we do it that way, it won't be in alphabetical order. So if you're looking for information specifically, if you've sent it in and you want to make sure it's there, or if we're looking for information to make sure that one of our, person who has reached out to us is there, it will be harder to find, but it will be easier for us to see what's new and what we haven't read yet. So I just want to point out that the trade-off that we have with either of those things, this is practice for what we're going to be doing down the road. But
And if it's helpful, when I'm naming these, I can put a date in front. So each one of those, I could say the Cabot School District, but I could put that it came in August 21st, start with the date, Cabot School District, public comment. So then you can see each date, which I don't have now, but I can do that going forward, so it's all chronological for you, if that's helpful.
I think it's helpful to know what's new and what's not new, however we go about doing that.
I will do that. I'll add the date. Just another breadcrumb for you to follow.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chrissy. Great.
Okay.
Any questions on the webpage?
So if you have thoughts on this, if you're looking through it and something isn't there, if you have thoughts of ways to make it easier to use, please don't hesitate. Again, just trying to make it as user-friendly, and Sarah's team has been just fantastic at figuring this out before we even ask most of the time, and so I just want to call that out and say thank you. All right, so are we ready to move on to our next agenda item?
2 o'clock.
And just for folks, I'm looking at like 2:15, 2:30, take a break and I'll look around the table, and if people are like, let's keep going, we can keep going, but thinking we probably will need something. Okay.
Can I just ask a quick question on that map builder thing that we
Yeah.
had? Could that link maybe live under maps? Like, I don't know where it is now. I don't see it in past meeting materials. I don't see it in data, so.
That map builder that
That they
ADS
presented.
presented?
I can want to put it under maps.
That'd be great.
We don't have anything else there, but I don't know where else it is otherwise, so, yeah, thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Chrissy.
Got it.
Okay, so let's talk about how we want to think about putting maps together for going forward, since we need to put maps together. Do folks, one thing that we can do is brainstorm on ideas on, again, we want to be data informed, we want to use data to do this. We don't yet have data, and the clock keeps ticking. So does it make sense to try to develop some maps based on things that have been discussed already? Or does it make sense to hold off and see what kind of data we get so that we can, and we can always use data on maps that are created, but it's iterations, right, and all of that. And so we're just trying to figure out at this point, are we in a holding pattern, or is there a way that we can keep going forward and keep working?
So we were talking about a rubric or a score sheet, basically, right? So we'll have maps that are good at one thing and not as good at another thing. So do we want to have a scale? So we would value one aspect over the other if it came to a tie?
The rubric will effectively create a scale, right? Because you'll end up with giving sort of a number value to each potential plan. Who is working on the rubric to bring to the next meeting? Do we have that squared away yet? Wendy, I know you really wanted a rubric, which is a great idea, by the way.
I don't know if it's, I mean, I like one of the.
I know Jennifer Fox and Jordan's had expressed interest in that too.
Okay, great.
I think your question was a little bit different though, than I asked about.
Yeah, sure.
I think you can have, the rubric needs to have the overall purpose, the criteria, the indicators, but there's also the question of weighting across criteria. So I think we may not know how to do that until we've actually looked at some of the math. Is my guess. I think we're going to need to start, and we may end up revising our rubric. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, I was just looking at a way to make it less political.
So I think that's coming up with a clear rubric. These are, that's what the rates we're trying to do, come up with addressing cost, addressing quality, addressing efficiency, and then indicators. So if we are addressing cost, what does that look like? So that you could score each of those sections. Is that what you're asking for? A rubric that does that?
I wanted a rubric, and it's obviously a group decision. I just think we should have a score sheet rubric that we can compare and contrast different maps. So say we move a line a little bit to the west, the score for quality goes up.
Do you feel like the criteria discussed in the context of the template this morning are the right criteria?
I think we need more detail, especially quality. I mean, is it quality is big.
So I guess that's the question. So I guess
do we have the right first? Do we have the right buckets?
Right, because I don't think anyone's going to sign up to do the rubric if they don't know what the criteria are. They can work through the indicators, but I think no one's going to take that on unless they know that this committee agrees on the criteria. I guess that's what I'm.
Yeah.
And so we had 4, and I added a 5th. And so we have equity, quality, cost, responsive government, and stability is the one that we talked about earlier that hadn't been included in there. So are those the right buckets that we start evaluating on? Not that somebody will have to put in what it means, right, to be a high equity plan versus a low equity plan. But are those the right buckets?
I would think it's different. I would say start with generate maps based on district guidance. I just pulled up Twinfields, for example, here.
A district what?
District guidance.
The input we receive.
Twinfield wants to be in an SU, prefers to be in an SU. They want to partner with people to their west. Montpelier, Roxbury, whatever the U32, okay? I'd start there. And I would think that a lot of these things that we're thinking about right now, that those school board members and those superintendents and those principals have considered a lot of that stuff. It flows out of them. It has their culture in there. It has everything they know about their local areas that we don't know, and that data is not necessarily going to tell us. And then we start there, and then you start checking things like, does this really work, or maybe you should, maybe what you think works and what your community thinks works could be made better if we thought of this differently. But I would start there. And the data is important, but these people informally or formally, they incorporate all of that data because they know it's happening in their communities and they mesh it with their culture. And then that's where we kind of started on, I would think.
So yeah, I think, so that's jumping away from having a rubric to evaluate and changing the conversation to how do we start making maps? And we've been in both conversations, so but I just want to.
I'm not saying you necessarily move away from rubrics or move away from data. I'm just saying, where's your starting point?
Mm-hmm.
And I think in the end, when you have 1, 2, or 3 maps, if you want these districts to have a chance to embrace wherever they end up in, I think they're going to want to see some of their input in there.
Yeah, I mean, you're naming something indirectly that feedback I'm getting from across the country is you're redistricting from the top down rather than from the ground up.
Yeah.
And so that's, I mean, every single person I've talked with about this across has said that to me, right? And so what you're naming is, how do we do this from the bottom up rather than from the top down? That's what I heard you say.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Which is incredibly ironic because that's not the bill some people voted for. I'm just saying, this is not a bottom-up bill, this is a top-down bill. My concern, I hear you, I do think those historic recommendations are included in one of those sections.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you, I've had multiple people reach out to me. Every single person who's asked to be put with a different district is asking to be put with a neighbor who is a little wealthier than their district. So I just think we need to be really careful talking about culture because we just do. Otherwise, this is going to be amplifying. I would like to amplify opportunities. I would not like to amplify excessive privilege.
I'll go back to the original question, which was, are we in a holding pattern, waiting on data, or are we starting to draw maps? I'd like to start drawing maps, if for nothing else, so long as we know they're not set in stone. No. Just to be comfortable with the map making tools. I don't want to wait and, I think we all need to be using them and trying them. And what I would do is exactly what Senator Beck said, is I've got that input. I'm like, oh, well, okay, what does it look like if I put Twinfield in with Danville, and just to have a starting place with that before we do the rubric and the data, and it would change.
Okay.
I guess my concern in that is that we have a form letter from several school districts that are part of an SU, and that isn't a foundation of a data-informed process, and I would be concerned that it is privileging those who came early with their sentiments, and it isn't in alignment with any of the process we discussed earlier. So that is a concern of mine in taking any one of these individual preferences and building our maps from there. I think we are looking in response to the statute and the law that was passed to inform a process that offers maps that think about a statewide system. So I would caution us to jump to knee-jerk responses in mapping. And I think it may also suggest that the data-informed piece of this work doesn't hold the weight that I think we spoke about it holding. And so I caution us to put the cart before the horse. We need data.
We need buy-in.
We need buy-in. We need buy-in, we need data. We can have we need buy-in more than we need data.
Okay, and let's just talk about the bill.
You guys have
If we needed buy-in.
No, I mean the community.
Why do we have 5 meetings to map if our goal is community buy-in?
It's a good
So-
question.
I'm going to take us to an easier topic, which I think we can get to a solution on, which is if we're going to have a rubric to evaluate these, are these 5 buckets the right buckets? So going back to, this is, I'm using the page that says, School Redistricting Task Force takeaways from our last meeting. Number 3, the goals. And the goal, equity, quality, cost, responsive government, and then we talked about stability as a 5th one, because that leads to better outcomes.
Is stability named in?
It's not named, I wrote it. Oh, in the bill?
Yeah.
I don't think that word is
It
used.
is not.
I don't
It
think
says
that-
lack of, some of that disruption, lack of
Minimum
disruption.
disruption.
It doesn't say stability, but it talks about
But
it.
it's talking about that in the context of redistricting. I think it came up here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when I think about it, I'm thinking about it as going forward, because there's the smaller every district, one of the benefits of bigger districts is you can take some hits and balance it out. When you're a small district and you lose, and a family with 3 kids moves away, and all of a sudden you're, you know, you have 3 classes that are on the cusp of having the wrong size, you know, number of students for the teacher, it's very expensive, right? When you have a bigger district, there's more stability. So maybe that part's built in, maybe it's not, and also stability in law changes, right? Like every time we have these conversations, that's why I ran for office. Every time the legislature makes changes to what happens in education, it causes a major disruption in all of the schools and all of the districts, and the unintended consequences rise up more than the intended consequences. And that, you know, in the last 10 years has been my experience. So that's what I hear stability. And if I'm the only one that thinks that this needs to be in here, I'm happy to cross it off and move on with the other 4.
To me, it's not just stability. I mean, I will confess, I'm the person who wanted to know what all the statutes are that have never been implemented or are only partially
We're all
implemented.
curious about that.
Because, and I don't, again, no fault, no foul. If they don't have capacity, that's on the legislature too. But my point is, again, we seem to have serious challenges around implementation right now. And the more merging we require, the more those implementation challenges are going to be amplified. And we can't even figure out how to run a meeting here that has access. And we're talking about massive disruption in districts. So we need to make sure that any plan is considering how much work has to be done, and whether it's not just bodies, but bodies with the right expertise are available in the right places to actually make sure it gets done and across the line. This is a much tighter timeline with much less community engagement and community support than in Act 46. And anyone who went through that knows what that was like. So I just think that stability, capability, there is something there. And then
Is it
policy
possible
trend.
to be implemented, is what you're
Impossible.
saying?
And also, do we have the attention span to actually finish it? I mean, we are going to interrupt our current funding formula before we've even implemented it. And you know, how much of it is that we keep changing as opposed to we fix and deliver? And so how much are we victims of our policy churn as opposed to being victims of not doing the right thing?
It's like capacity of implementation, ease of implementation or something like that.
Or does it match? It has to be
Yeah.
balanced. I
In the
mean, if they want
roadmap.
to put, if the body just has to put $100 million into the agency to implement all that, it won't. It's not happening.
At the risk of extending our list, I think, for me, as you spoke about stability, I also considered early on, we had talked about the challenge in being able to even look at student outcomes when some districts are so small we can't report. And I think that is a challenge to even know how we're doing with quality for student outcomes. And it prevents us from having accountability in our system. And so I don't know whether accountability is its own bucket. I don't know. Structurally, we are in our own way right now. Everything else aside, we just are simply falling short on being able to do that in the way we are currently structured to be accountable for the experience of students pre-K-12. That's a problem by our current structures.
The current template considers cost, quality, efficiency, execution, fairness and equity and voice. So thinking about the next meeting, if folks were to come with some district ideas or proposals, then, you know, if we put those proposals through the template process, it seems as though the weaknesses in the data will be manifest, right? That'll come through loud and clear. So I would say we do start thinking about considering some maps, and I think, and I guess I personally would want to invite folks to do that. I mean, we had this hypothetical, you know, idea today of one district. I think other folks have talked about county governance and county districts. Other folks have talked about, you know, VSBA regions and so on and so forth. So what kind of ideas might we bring next time, and can we put them through the template process to see where we're lacking? Where are the weaknesses? That will certainly help us identify.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
data
Jen.
needs. Oh, hi, Jen. We can hear you. You're frozen right now, but.
Yeah. I wonder if turning your camera off helps.
Yeah, try turning off your camera maybe.
Okay, you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I have a recommendation or a suggestion that at the next meeting, we look at parts of the state knowledge, knowledge collected.
Can you repeat that,
So when we
please?
get to the Twinfield, oh, what knowledge do we have? Okay, we know this. When we get to Virgins and Mount Aid and Middlebury, we say, okay, what knowledge do we have about this region? And so that we, all of us, familiarize ourselves with parts of the state prior to taking a pencil and drawing lines, and that we divide up getting knowledge in the different areas of the whole state.
You're suggesting that as homework between now and our next meeting?
We figure it out now and we bring it back.
Yeah.
How do we do that without data?
District input.
So we get the data from the locals?
So Jen, are you talking about what the district looks, what the area looks like, how many districts, how many supervisory unions, how many CTEs, like just dividing up the state into areas and becoming the expert in that area?
Increasing our collective knowledge on what exists in the state, and also what local folk have submitted, because there's a whole bunch of comments. Yes, and data is just information. It's not the hard data like the financial data. It's more understanding the context geographically of the state. But it's just a suggestion.
I would appreciate that.
Could we identify what facts we're looking for, like number of schools, student enrollment, like some of it is knowable in this moment, probably on our map builder. Like we could know which school or school district includes what towns, what their operating grades are, what, I guess we could divvy it up and become somewhat expert, but I think we should identify the common set of factors we're looking for information on, or points of interest we're looking for information on. I think anecdotal feedback should be somewhat secondary to the facts we're looking to understand about the profile of the areas we're looking at.
I'm kind of loath to throw out what we've been working on all day today and last meeting, so I want to make sure that we don't do that. And I guess I don't know, I guess I don't really understand the charge that we're.
What if we took an existing governance structure, kind of loosely said, and that being the career tech ed centers that I mentioned before. And so we know what they are, we know what districts they cover, we know there is a governance program, we know that they're magnets, so they're their choice. What's that?
There are 4 governance structures for
You're saying you don't
CTE in the
have a
state
governance
today.
So we look at all 4. That's better than 17, 15, whatever it is now. And we know that there is some kind of system there now. There's busing. There's shared coursework. There's a budget. There are advisory committees. And it's somewhat akin to what was discussed when the bill was written. So we've got to start somewhere, and I'm just throwing that out as a place to start. May not be the best idea, but at least it's something that we know we can work with, for better or worse.
So just to repeat, to make for clarity, we have 17, 18 CTEs in the state, and to build districts around them.
Well, I think Scott in St. Jay, Linden, is that a combined district even though they're 2 centers?
It's not a district at all.
Or a combined?
No.
It's a combined CTE.
Combined CTE.
Yeah.
Under a public school, yeah.
Can I just clarify what, I have no idea what we're debating right now. It feels to me like we're trying to decide whether we start with mapping or we start with guidelines for what we're trying to achieve through mapping. Is that what we're debating right now?
No.
It's among the things that we're talking
It's
about.
it's among, but we're also debating which maps we should bring for consideration or for work at our next meeting,
So
if any.
is that because we've decided that we want to start with mapping?
I think we're having a conversation right now. I don't think we've decided on anything.
And I thought the information that we would come with was not necessarily maps. It was more general information, but it could include a map, but existing maps.
Yes.
So we
I
have
thought
we have 3 things on the table being discussed. One is choose something to map around, start playing around with the map program that we have and see what it looks like. Become an expert in a part of the state, perhaps one that you're not an expert in already, to add knowledge so that we all have more information about what's going on in the state. And how do we want to evaluate maps going forward? So we have 3 conversations that we're talking about right now.
Can I ask what we mean by becoming an expert? And I guess I would like the superintendents in the group to comment, because are we all supposed to go call superintendents? I mean, how are we becoming experts? And if we don't have a coherent guideline for what we're asking them, I mean, I literally am already hearing from superintendents that we may have no superintendents because they're just exhausted. So I want to make sure that we don't become that burden, particularly if they're also getting questions from the AOE about some of the same issues. It just feels like we need to be super disciplined right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a little worried about us just going off and doing our thing.
Take a stab at it.
Yeah.
I was just trying to get my head around how to do that. I guess if I went to the regional superintendent meetings and said, hey, what do you think? Who would you like to pair up with? I mean, those conversations are happening already. But I just don't know. I guess if you then draw that information back and put it to the test that we're trying to develop, it seems like a lot of guesswork, and it seems like a lot of rework. If we went to all that trouble to gather that, there's going to be overlaps, and then there's going to be a district that several want to join because it's got advantages. You're only going to pick another district if you foresee an advantage. So it might be interesting, but I don't know that we have time. I'm sitting here playing around with, I'm already placing BOCES on my county map. It's trying to think of starting from the map instead of building our way to the map. And I think in the conversation about buy-in versus data, I think if we're selective in the data that we really need and want, and then and then present it transparently and logically. I mean, I can only draw on my own experience. When we spend a lot of time gathering data about how best to reconfigure the City of Erie School District, and we showed them where the kids were and where the schools were and how the population declined over X years, that we didn't need 4 high schools that housed 2,500 kids when they all had fewer than 1,000. Nobody, regardless of culture or what their feelings were, could argue with the fact that we had room for way more kids, and we were paying for that, and we're paying for all the teachers and the specials and so forth. They knew that something had to close. So you took a lot of the, why are we even doing this conversation out of the picture? And I do worry that if we have a district that's, I think of my own district, if you told people in my community that they were going to pair with Hartford, there'd be a lot of people who would not want to pair with Hartford.
He's not from Norwich, by the way.
No, I worked for Norwich. I'm from Stratford. I can see the same thing in my own town. They will have a preference for which nearby district they'd like to join, and it's not going to be based on equity. I can say that out of the gate. So I think we can start mapping quickly, but I think having some guidance from data might help us, if we're going to play with this tool, think about, okay, what if we focused on geographic proximity? What if we focused on governance, or population? Like, once we have at least that preliminary data, I think we can start to draw some boundaries. I know that just when I first started thinking about this a couple of years back, or actually many years back, even just going to a county, as soon as I threw that idea out and started talking to a few folks about it, it's like, yeah, but some of the counties just don't break on the right side of the mountain, or there are all these reasons why the county is meaningless in terms of structuring a school district, but it was someplace to start. And I did just a rough calculation that if you were to go by counties, and you drop from 52 superintendents or so to 14, I just started doing math on my own profession. And then if I threw back 9 BOCES units spread geographically and population-wise, I'm still saving $5 million, no matter how I look at this, just in superintendent salaries and benefits. So I know there's stuff out there for us to mine, but I need to see the data.
So I think Edie and I can commit to gathering, to really keep an eye on data and really keep, asking for and requesting data and having it uploaded onto the site as it comes in. That there's still the question of, if we get data that, for example, doesn't jive with our district data, what are we going to do with that? Because I'm already hearing from some of the schools in my area that there are some discrepancies between AOE data and the data that they have in-house. So, I mean, that's a whole other can of worms, but that's something that we need to think about. But in terms of the data, the best we can do is ask for it and, make sure it's available when we get it. Beyond that, I'm not sure what we can do, Rebecca.
So that's helpful anyway, because one of the issues that you mentioned to me is something we saw persistently in Ways and Means through the session. So I actually think there's an opportunity to help. There seems to be some difficulty in accounting for certain costs. And if we can iron that out, that's a good thing. So I think that is a win if we can figure that out anyway. I just want to say what I've heard people throw out is CTE regions, county level maps, the state level map, and BOCES. These are 3-4 different strategies that you could start to think about even if you didn't have the data, and then you add the data. But in terms of evaluating them, I still haven't heard this group say, we want to, once we've mapped out what a CTE-based system would look like, or a BOCES-based system, or a county system would look like, this is how we want to evaluate it, and these are the additional recommendations that would have to happen to make it work. So we're not going to get everything going all this in
Right.
order. It just isn't. We have a non-linear task here. I think the question is how you get started, and we're going to have a lot of trust and a little flexibility. But do we agree that those are the basic criteria that we're looking at, the ones that you read, Edie? Because if they are, then when somebody's working on a BOCE map or a CTE map or whatever they're working on, they can work with those in mind and think about what they need.
Yeah, go ahead.
We've heard a lot today about the data not being available, and I'd like to know what it is. And Jay, you're superintendent. From your perspective, what is some of the basic data that we need for our work that you think might not be available, and what might be available?
We have a long list of data that we've requested, and I need to go through there with a highlighter to figure out what would I need to start a basic map. But I said at the last meeting, I think the population density stuff is super helpful. As long as it's granular enough so I know where the K-12 is. In fact, based on what we've already established, I need to know elementary, middle, and high. I'd love to have enrollment data versus capacity data, so that if I'm looking at two high schools in reasonable proximity and one's got a lot of capacity and one doesn't, that would help make the decision. And if we end up with regional high schools and central middle schools and local elementaries, you start to really be able to put together the parameters that you're gonna wrap your boundaries around. But I need to see all that.
So, school population and school capacity as a starter. What else do you think would be helpful that you?
Yeah.
I mean, the Norwich data was off.
It was way off.
Way off.
But again, that's where maybe we've turned to the districts, and I'm just trying to think logistically how easy that might be. We had a nightmare trying to get our data right, our student enrollment data with the AOE. Really, it was really more, I guess, the technology that was being used and the third-party vendor or whatever. We just had such a hard time finalizing our head counts, and they were off significantly. And we would read them off, our data, and then whatever machine it went through would spit them back out wrong. And ultimately, we went with the best guess. And so yeah, I have some concerns about accuracy, but my hope is that if we really needed to verify, we could have some process for doing that. But I don't want to let that stand in the way. I mean, if we get a ballpark, and especially high school enrollment, we should be able to pull down for every high school, really. So, yeah, sorry, you got me off on a, I don't know.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out what isn't available that's been requested, and that's sort of basic.
Most of that list.
I mean, enrollment and the capacity is basic.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what else do we need? I know that there's a list here, but what are the most important data points that are needed?
I think that's possibly important homework too. Again, I was hoping to get the list from the agency on what was going to be hard for them to get so that we could go back to them and say, put this on the back burner, pull this up to the front, knowing that, we want to work with what they can do.
Yeah.
But we don't even have that yet from them, like what is available, what's not available. And so I think that everyone should go through the list and say, this is my top 5 pieces of information, so that I can support the state the best, right? Do something positive for the state. Go ahead, Ken.
I think I need to have us recognize out loud here that simple point that those are very basic data points that for some reason are not able to be reconciled with a system that was produced by a third party, I don't know how many years ago, for the purpose of being able to gather data. And the incredible frustration that in statute we are required to be considering factors that require that we have data. We have no ability to compel the administration to provide us with that data, and we are left to do this work in the absence of data, or even knowing many of these things we know are available. Your 3 buckets would be really important, and that seems like a task that is doable and knowable. And having our co-chairs express it as a hope to be able to get this information is a problem in accountability in our system. And it goes in a parking lot or in the front of the bus because it's an issue and it needs to be reconciled. I think our system as a state can't improve if that isn't addressed.
Yeah, I was just gonna say back to Dave's question too. I think it depends on which of our criteria, our success criteria we're looking at, because I might want, like, I would need to know administrative costs for our existing, if I'm really thinking about things from an efficiency perspective too. So there is we can go, I mean, I appreciate the challenge to go back and look at the data and see what are those things we can highlight that would at least get us started.
And there's also huge regional variation. I mean, if you are in the urban area, there are social services providers within walking distance of the school that provide those services. If you're out, and I won't mention any names, but you know who you are, the school's it. Like that's where you go. So, and you also can't contract it for it because it's not like there's a provider who can come in 10 hours a week. You have to actually put it on your staff or you don't get it. So you're going to see patterns across regions that we're going to have to understand because it's going to have implications for how we understand administrative costs. Or if you're in an area of tuitions, you may look like you have lower administrative costs because you're not picking up school building administrators, but you may actually have higher administrative costs because we just don't know how those dollars are allocated across the schools that serve our kids. And so we just don't know anything really right now. So it's hard to know who's, looking at some interesting requests from people online asking to compare SD and SUs, the things that may explain the variation, they have nothing to do with district structure. And we just aren't going to be able to evaluate that without any information.
I'm sensing a little bit of a lull. Do we want to take 5 minutes now?
Take a stretch break?
Come back?
Yes.
At-
Oxygen in our heads.
Okay, so at 25 to, we're going to get started.
We have some decision points for 3. Yep, and then we should segue into public comment.
Public comment, yep. So I think at a minimum, at this point, we need to get our buckets. We need to decide that these are the appropriate buckets for equity. Or for equity, sorry, for our rubric. I just wrote one, yes, I just wrote it down. We have a lot coming from the multiple places that we have this, and I just want to make sure. And are there people in the room who are rubric experts? Is 4 boxes, 4 buckets, 6 buckets? What's the right number of buckets?
Well, I don't know that we're going to know till we test a rubric too.
Yep.
But which is if we have come back with a map of some kind, instead of going through the Hawaii example, say, okay, here's the county map. And say, okay, now let's test that against this rubric, and we might discover, oh, we need this bucket, we don't need this bucket. I don't think we'll know until we actually have an example to look at.
Yep. But we need to have a rubric.
We need to draft rubric and draft,
Yeah.
yes. And then
So-
you draft it through and say, this works, this doesn't work.
And I did confirm that Jen is willing to work on the rubric, and I'm hoping someone will partner with her to do that.
Oh, really?
Awesome.
Great.
Great. 3 of you can, that would be amazing. Buckets, so we have, does it address cost?
When
I
you
don't
say
know.
buckets, are we talking purpose criteria or indicators? Or
Indicators.
something
We're talking, so when you have a rubric, you have categories of things that you're measuring. And so what are the categories that we're going to measure?
Got it.
That's
I
what,
didn't know what you
that's what I mean by
meant.
buckets.
So you mean like if it would be quality, right? I'm just giving an example.
Sure.
And then what's an indicator, what's a sample indicator of quality? Offerings, like course. So just to
Rubric
Course
101, you have the
offerings.
purpose.
Course offerings, sure.
If the criterion is quality, an example of an indicator that you might look at is at the high school level,
Course offerings.
what's the breadth of offerings in the district, or what are we looking at? That was hypothetical. What do people want? And I think you're saying let the superintendents suggest some things.
I'm saying let's figure out what we think the criteria should be, and then let the group of folks come together and tell us what those indicators are. And then after we run through it, we'll come back and say, yeah, that worked. No, that didn't work.
Yeah,
I like it.
I like that.
So
For criteria,
we have equity as a criteria.
yes.
We have quality as a criteria.
Yes.
Is a map going to tell us quality?
I'm not sure we'll know if we try.
Okay.
If you have the data with the offering, like if you choose indicators that we can then pull information from somewhere to inform, that will help.
Cost? Does it address cost? Do we ensure responsive government? And is it executable? Is it something we can actually make happen?
So you're changing stability to
Is it implementable?
implementable or, okay.
Executable, is it? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'd be happy to try stability if you can figure out if that's but maybe that's a factor of something totally different. They do go together.
Yeah, okay.
So is that also capturing accountability?
That
Or
might
does
be,
that fall under quality?
or responsive government.
Responsive government? Oh, maybe.
I don't even know what accountability
Yeah,
means.
I don't
anymore,
either.
To be honest.
We've clearly spoken of that just recently regarding what we can and cannot access. So, but I don't think that makes it not a goal. Just because we're not doing it right now. There's a lot of things we're not doing right now.
So it wasn't one of the areas that I saw.
Yeah, that's okay. It doesn't, I think we need to be mindful of it, that the system we create should anticipate an ability to have accountability to outcomes for students and affordability and sustainability for communities.
So that's a better definition.
Measurable.
It's measurable, like you want to focus on, are we even able to tell if we're making a difference for kids?
That's a
different
Isn't
understanding.
that part and parcel of quality though? I mean,
That's why I thought
yeah,
maybe
you have
I
to
would
measure
Yeah.
quality. Does someone want to make a motion that we accept these 5 criteria
What did we call the fifth one? Stability or implementability?
implementability?
I'll make a motion that we, as a working set of criteria, understanding that they may evolve, that we ask the subgroup to come back with a sous chef draft that we can test next meeting.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Excellent, thank you. And so that we have maps to test, does anybody want to play with some maps? These are not maps that anybody is endorsing.
Nope.
This is another way to test whether we can use our rubric and our map builder at all to come up with anything for the state.
I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, I'm going to play with it on my own. What
Do you want to
mean?
bring a map back to us that we can use to run through the?
Sure, I mean, I'd like other folks to chime in, but just so a sample map of new districts. Ugh. I mean, we're getting into
You can base
challenges.
it on
I wish it
something
could
that's
be-
in there, like the VSBA areas, which I think there are 11 or 12.
Yeah, or counties, I mean,
Or counties, or
CTEs.
CTEs.
Regions.
As long as there's a big
It's different
caveat at
than
the top, because
CTE.
we will not have had any public hearings by that point.
Right.
We should want to make
Test.
sure
This
that
is-
any map that's out there isn't perceived as the map.
This is a test of, can we use the tools that we have And are the tools that we have effective to evaluate?
I got that, I agree with it.
We need to
It's a
say
good
that
approach.
over and over and over again. Yes.
Yeah. But I worry about the risk of it being what we're gonna recommend before we even have the evening meetings.
Well, and there is an argument to be made that the evening meetings should happen after there's something to talk about, to
Sure.
respond to.
But
So
we're early.
we're so
Yeah.
early.
Yeah.
I worry about the risk of waiting another 2 or 3 meetings and then saying, oh, this rubric doesn't work and let's start all over again. So having a test map, again, making it perfectly clear that this is a test, this is only a test.
The power of the Hawaii map is we were pretty sure, I think, that no one thought that was going to be a good idea. So, I mean, does it make sense to take another map? We think we're pretty sure, no. I mean, I think we have to.
We can start with the 5-district map that was presented to the legislature.
The governor's map?
The governor's
And
map.
they say the governor's
Or the SBA map, some of the maps we already have.
We don't have
I mean, they've been
redistricting
thrown,
map.
you know, the governors, the SBA regions, this, you know, something not completely out of order.
To Dave's suggestion earlier, the CTE regions are 15. I think those are even a little bit gray because I noticed Burlington and Essex to be together, but Franklin doesn't have a full day, so Franklin County will send to Essex for full day programs. So I know it's not absolute, but there's 15 regions. I know there's more than 15 CTEs.
Plus Mississippi.
Yeah, so and Franklin has, yes. And Mississippi is not an actual CTE, but an operating ag center.
Yes.
It's really,
So does somebody want to put maps together and bring a map? Do we have like 3 volunteers to put maps together to bring to the next meeting?
I just think we really ought to think about that before we do it, because of the potential consequences of just going too fast. I wish we could do a map of New Hampshire or Massachusetts.
It's just, I mean, it's easy for me to say because I didn't vote for the bill. This is the process that was given. And so if you think it's hard now, it's going to get worse because you are never going to have the kind of engagement, deep engagement that people seem to be saying they want with communities because we have a bill that gave us effectively now 6 meetings, 2 of which are for public comment to do that. And the public comment is not going to give us the answers. It is going to help us hear what people are worried about, and it's going to help us hear what they really want to preserve. But this is not a collaborative process that, for whatever reason, we've decided. And we also can't, like, I think the challenge around CTE is we know CTE needs some thinking as well. And we are doing this first because we have to figure out how to do the funding formula and make it work with the districts, but we're not starting with education and the vision for education. I think the purpose of trying to say, where is it we hope to end up as a state, is to try to make sense we don't lose that. And I think you said it so well, that when we're here doing this, if it isn't better for kids, we shouldn't be doing it.
Right.
And so people have to be able to show why this is better for kids.
Well, the CTE example is not necessarily to emulate the governance structure or the curricula or anything like that. It's just for the regions.
In which case, you might as well use a county map.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, a county map is
Let's
easy
do
now.
counties then.
That exists even.
Already done.
You're right. it's already done.
Yeah, but
Coffee stand.
yeah, but no, and I'm just I'm gonna really push back on that because it is really easy to pull out our shirt and draw the outlines. The reality is, when you actually look at what you're doing underneath, it's a very different story. And so we think it's easy now.
No.
It is not easy.
I don't think it's easy.
No, hopefully the rubric.
Well, they do
will
think
help
it's easy because we heard about it at the press conference last week. Just draw the lines. We heard.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. I have not heard anybody volunteer to bring a map for us to test. I've heard that there is, let's do the counties, because that's something that is clear to everyone, that has something that we can think of.
To walk through the.
To walk through.
Jay?
Do we, so our purpose is to just bring in a really, really rough draft so we can apply the rubric and the criteria to it and kind of evaluate it.
Yep. Yeah.
I feel like I already gave myself enough homework.
I think you
I'd like
volunteered.
to do it though. I'll do one.
That would be amazing. You're going to do the county since
I'll do
you've already worked
I'll do
on
the
it?
counties, yeah.
Thank you. Dave, would you do one around CTE regions?
I don't think I'd know how to do it, to be honest with you. I would work with Jay on
that one?
On that one. Yeah.
Awesome.
I really don't think I would know how to do it unless I had someone help me with it, to be honest about that. Anybody else think they know how to do a map? That's what I thought.
I actually would do it. But they'll help you too, the folks at the.
I could work with you on that, CTE map.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. All right, we'll have 2 maps. Does anybody want to work on a 3rd map? I appreciate everybody for volunteering for all the things.
That's great.
Because Martine and I keep saying, yeah, we'll do that. And then we get to midnight and we're like, oh gosh, how many more things do we still have to do? So thank you for taking some of this.
Do we think for the purposes of the exercise, I think 2 is probably sufficient?
I think it is.
Yeah.
I think getting any more granular, we run the risk of having people think we've already decided.
I do too.
That's a good point.
If there are no other comments at this point, I think we should segue over to public comment. So
Yeah.
that we can try to finish on time.
We're a few minutes early.
We are.
If folks who are in the room, who are remote, have any public comment for us, just pop your hand up and we will make sure that if you can't unmute, that you can get unmuted.
Yes, and remember, we will be holding you to 2 minutes. I see a hand up in the room, which is exciting. We haven't had a lot of public comment in the room.
So we'll start, so 2 minutes, please state your name and
Where you're from.
I'm gonna bring the mic to you if you want. You wanna come to the table? Come join us.
Me? Huh, oh, that's so strange. All right, so.
My name is
Go
Margaret
ahead and
Klein.
start.
I am from Peacham, Vermont. I'm a steering committee member.
Sorry, if you could come to this side of the table, that'll be much better.
Thank you.
For sound.
We'll start you over. Apparently, people can't hear me. Okay, here we go, reset.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret McLean. I am from Peacham, Vermont. I am a steering committee member of the Rural School Community Alliance. We appreciate you sharing all public comment in a timely way with all task force members on the website and including it in the recommendations of your final report. Thank you. We have had reports this morning that people were not able to access the live stream. About 6 or 8 people who either never got let in, couldn't navigate access, or never got through and gave up. So just for your information. So today we attached a report with our public comment, which we submitted. It's the effects of school district consolidation on student achievement. It's evidence from Arkansas. We commend this particular study out of a number of studies because of the relevant findings in a rural state. The study reports that there are no significant cost savings through economies of scale achieved through school district consolidation in Arkansas, and little to no improvements in measurable academic gains for students. Crucially, there were a notable number of detrimental impacts on communities. Among those negative impacts, and there is a second study that goes into detail on them, are reports of loss of population loss, lack of accessibility to schools, school closures, reduced property values, that kind of documented negative outcomes on rural communities as a result of the implementation of the law. So we bring this study to your attention in part as a response to Senator Gulick's comment during the first meeting of the task force, in which she stated, "We don't even know if consolidation does save money. We don't even know that." Research demonstrates there is evidence that there is no clear outcomes of school consolidation that are cost-effective in rural states, at least in the study in Arkansas, but it's mirrored by other studies, particularly in West Virginia.
But that's 2 minutes.
Okay. We've given you this report for you to read. We hope you will look at that. And we've just got one more sentence. Can I add that? Research seems to affirm that this is not the time to jump into the unknown. It is the time to move forward with focus based on the real world, to evaluate as we go, something we have not done over the last 10 years, and to proceed with caution to, as you have stated, do no harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments in the room? Okay, we can move up to online hands. We see some. Elizabeth Burrows.
You should be able to unmute now.
And you have the floor.
Oh, we can't hear you, Elizabeth. Can you hear me?
Elizabeth, can you hear us? Huh.
Try again, Elizabeth.
Can you try one more time, Elizabeth, and see if, we can see that you're not muted? Oh, you just muted, now you're unmuted again? We have tech in the room trying to make sure that...
Yeah. Oh.
Hello, good to see you. I can see your mouth moving, but I can't hear you yet. But if you keep talking as they make changes, we won't start.
It might be on her end.
We won't start the timer until.
Is your volume up?
She might have the wrong mic selected.
Yeah.
Can I suggest we move on to the next person and Elizabeth can keep trying to troubleshoot on her end? Is that amenable? Want to go to Rama Schneider?
Hi, my name's Ram Schneider. I'm a resident of the Payne Mountain School District, and I live in Williamstown, Vermont. Just real quick about me, I've been involved in this discussion of school district consolidation since 2009. Been a member of a school board. I served as chair of a merger study committee, and I spent a year and a half on the staff contract negotiating team that brought two separate contract regimes into one cohesive set of agreements. I want to say first off is you should start with a map to guide the rest of your discussion. This will give you something solid to begin with. One of the best things about the merger study committee was it started with the discussion as to whether a particular merger was going to be advised or not advised. And then we went down to work with the details. A lot of the questions that you're being asked to answer as you go along will not be answerable until after the fact, and that's an unfortunate reality of the mergers. And I bring up the staff agreement simply because it was a year and a half of negotiating after the merger, not before. We couldn't come to any agreement prior to the merger on the staff agreements. It was a year and a half after we were meeting twice a month, actually, sometimes more. So I just, the complexity of doing this is tremendous. It doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. I disagree with the process, with the assumption that it should be done. However, don't let the complexity of the questions hold you up from putting forth a proposal. And in closing, I want to say you have until December 1st of this year to present those 3 proposals. But your commission stays in existence until June 30th of next year. I think it's a safe assumption that whatever you propose will be sent back to you, at least one of them in some form, for further reworking. So you will have more time to go through an iterative process and come up with a better solution.
Thank you, Rob.
So thank you and good luck with this.
Thank you very much. Who's next? We already have.
Do you want to try Elizabeth first?
Sure. Elizabeth, we're going to try you again.
Go ahead and unmute Elizabeth. We still don't hear you. Yeah, we can see you, we can't hear you. I think the tech support is saying check if you have a mic, how your mic is, which mic is being accessed. I'm not.
Are headphones plugged in? I've done that before. I plug headphones in and pull it out, you can hear.
Elizabeth, maybe submit your comments in writing or show up at our next meeting and try again. Sorry.
We'll try you one more time. We have a couple other hands up.
Yeah.
You can also try leaving the meeting and coming back. Sometimes that works.
First branch, I don't know what that is.
Elizabeth just sent her comment. Do you want me to read it? Is it, may I have the group's permission? She just sent it to me.
That's
and
fine
asked
with
if
me.
I could read it.
Sure.
Does the group?
So Rebecca is reading on behalf of Elizabeth Burrows, yes.
She says she only has one microphone, and she says she knows that it's time for public comment on questions, but it has been extremely hard to hear today. And so I wanted to ask the question of whether we are or are not advised to write to the task force if there are mergers already being considered. So that's a question she wants us to answer, and does that matter or does it not? She heard answers of both yes and no today from trying to listen, so it's unclear whether they should be reaching out if they're considering mergers. And her other comment was concerned that the sound problem makes the prospect of transparency very hard.
So
I hope I captured that correctly.
yeah, so Elizabeth, let us know if there's more. And yes, just for everyone, if there are parts of the state that are currently working on joining districts or any kind of partnerships within schools, that's going to be really helpful for us to know. We don't want to work against situations where people are already having.
Are we responding to public comment?
We're not, but I think that was a clarifying.
I think why don't we hold that
All right,
in
we'll
the
hold
parking
it.
lot until the end, and then we can, because I think it's
Fair
an
point.
important
Thank you.
piece, yeah. So first, are we on first branch?
Yes.
Okay. First branch, you have the floor. And is that your name?
Hi there, I am Kathy Galuzzo. I am chair of the First Branch School Board, which comprises Tunbridge and Chelsea. But I'm here on behalf of the full board of the White River Valley Supervisory Union. I'm the chair of that board. I want to read the letter that we sent to the task force to have it on public record, and I do appreciate all the work that you guys are doing. I know it's definitely not an easy job, but here you go. At our public meeting on Tuesday, August 5th, the White River Valley Supervisory Union Board of Directors unanimously move to approve the below proclamation. The White River Valley Supervisory Union, WRVSU, being composed of the member districts of Granville, Hancock, Rochester, Stockbridge, White River Unified, First Branch, Sharon, and Stratford, are committed to remaining a supervisory union within a larger governance region to the extent practical, under the terms of Act 73 of 2025. The WRVSU will reach out to contiguous school districts and supervisory unions to explore combining into larger supervisory union. Our purpose is to continue to optimize cost savings and efficiency where possible while maintaining local democratic engagement, community voice, oversight, and accountability in order to achieve excellent educational outcomes for the children and youth in our communities at a cost Vermonters can afford. Again, we extend our sincere best wishes for the difficult work ahead of the task force, and as we comprise a large, diverse geographic area of the nature of your exploring. We'll make ourselves available to you as you proceed for any testimony or advice. So if you have any questions of any of us, we went through Act 46, so merging and consolidating is no new news to us. But again, I'm Kathy Galuzzo, Chair of the White River Valley Supervisory Union.
Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate that. You were right on 2 minutes, too. Appreciate that. We can move on. Anyone else?
Do you have any questions for me?
Not at this time, Kathy, but we will certainly reach out if we have questions for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I don't see any other hands. Any other hands for public comment?
Okay.
Wow. Okay, before we call it a wrap, I do think that Elizabeth's question was a good one, and so I think we should quickly flesh that out, which is, you want to repeat what you were saying?
Yeah, if there are regions of the state that are already working together on some kind of partnership, I think that's going to be incredibly important for us to have that knowledge, and we don't want to work against that. And so just to be very clear to anybody in the state, let us know if you have, and put it in public, send it to public comment. We have an email address that is here, and I will find it quickly. It is adm.redistricting@vermont.gov. And we would love to hear from you, and that we would love to get that information into our map tool so that we can make sure that we're not working against you. So.
And we apologize about the sound. We will work to improve it for next time. We want to be transparent.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes, thank you, Chrissy. All right.
Anything else?
We all know our homework assignments.
If you don't know your homework, ask us and we'll make sure you get some.
Our next
I have a question for you too, before the next meeting. If we learn about or see something ourselves related to proposed governance changes that would be important for us to know, how should we, I'm thinking of an article I saw in the Herald about a BOCES that's joining. How would you like us as committee members to share that? Send it to the two of you?
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, part of our job is to liaise with ADA, so that would be great. Dave, thanks.
Will do.
Thanks for the work today, folks. I know it's not easy. We appreciate you and your time. Thank you, Jen, online.
And just our next meeting is the 10th of September.
Yes.
Which is a Wednesday here, 9:30 till 3:30.